Today's game on KFJB-TV is sponsored by First Rate Real Estate, Adland Engraving and Screen Print Company, Assured Partners, Brown's Shoe Fit, Central State Bank, your Marshalltown Dairy Queens, Eye Care Associates, Hy-Vee Marshalltown, Legends American Grill, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, Marshalltown School District, McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, Sandvik Enterprises, Scooters, Marshalltown, Sports Plus, State Farm, Tyler Pashong Agency, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors. With Brandon Lewis and Dylan Doze.
Welcome to Duke Williams Stadium, home of the East Scarlets. It's homecoming for Des Moines East tonight as the Bobcats look to play spoiler off a week where they were spoiled by Mason City last week for the Marshalltown Bobcats, 42-17 last week. It was one of those games where 14-7 at halftime, you felt like lucky to be in that game, but then in the second half they found not so lucky on the bottom side of that scoreboard. Big bounce back, you hope, this week for the Bobcats, right?
Yeah, you need it because Falls last week, 14-15 through the air, just carved him up in the air, but also with his feet. And that's really, you have that opportunity with East. They can throw it around a little bit as well with number 11, Amonte Johnson. But bigger than that, you've got to have effort, and you've got to have the effort that Logan Hoffman did last week. I know he picked up 7 tackles, but beyond that, there was a lot of missed tackles in space. There was a lot of lack of physicality.
First 2 weeks of the season went great. A blowout of Ames, a blowout of Waterloo East. That Waterloo East game was a little bit sloppy, but still took care of business. You ran them out of the Unidome in the first quarter alone. Then you come home, you lose homecoming the way you did. Now 4 straight losses to Mason City. You feel like a little deflating with all that momentum early on in the season? I know it's only week 3, but as you know, the high school football season goes quick with just 9 games.
And I'll quote Coach Goodvin from last night on Bobcat Live. Monday was reset. Just reset, blow it out, throw it back, and get back to business. Because if they don't, this Des Moines East has some pieces that they could make you rue the day you came down to Duke Williams Field.
Are you saying he's pulling out his inner Bill Belichick? We're moving on to Des Moines East?
That's right. That's right. He didn't have the hood on, though, but he did have the short sleeves.
All right. This is a fun environment. We have not seen Des Moines East in quite some time. Looking forward to this one just from the simple fact is it's somebody new, somebody different that we don't usually typically see. Is there anything on tape that stood out to you that you like that Des Moines East does?
Yeah, they can get the ball out into the flats. It's Johnson to Johnson. Braden Johnson is a really good receiver, and they do a good job of getting it out to him quickly. Bobcats on those cornerback position and will be starting a sophomore, Giles Smith there. They tend to sag off and then come up. With the difficulties Bobcats had tackling, if East can get it out to space to athletes on the perimeter, Cats could be in trouble.
I noticed if you're not a Williams or a Johnson, you're kind of an outcast on this Des Moines East team.
They're simple school name East, simple motto or mascot of Scarlets, don't know what that is, and then simple last names. They don't make it difficult.
It's red. We're keeping it
keeping
it simple. Can the Bobcats beat a color tonight? That'll be the big test.
We really hope so. Otherwise, they don't want to be in the red by the end of the night.
Coming up, it is Bobcat Game Day Live. We preview East Marshall and West Marshall You're watching Bobcat football on KFJB-TV.
You're an empty nester closing in on that retirement property. Chances are your plans didn't include mom moving in, but life happens and you do the right thing. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement means caring for yourself and a loved one, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East Southridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place for fun.
Bobcat Game Day Live.
East. Welcome back into Bobcat Game Day Live at Duke Williams Stadium in the Des Moines Metro. I'm Brandon Lewis, Dylan Dose alongside me tonight. Let's get a preview of Dylan's alma mater, the East Marshall Mustangs, which you got a chance to check out practice the other day.
Yeah, I was there for yesterday. I was out there, had a great hour with Coach Greg Lee. It was in the gym due to the 74 inches of rain yesterday. But I talked to Coach Greg Lee at the beginning of the year. The word that defined the season then was excitement. 3 weeks in, the word that defines a season is excitement. They did drop 28-13 to number 6 North Lynn last week, but they were right in it. They threw a pick six later in that ball game, but they really are there, and they're looking to have a statement win. They play Maquoketa Valley tonight, number 8 in the state. They have a loss to that same North Lynn team, but in talking to their coaching staff, they really think tonight is an opportunity for kind of a culture win. One where it's one thing to compete, it's another thing to make your stamp, and can East Marshall be known for more than softball? Can they be known for football? And it all comes tonight. One thing that they do really, really well is they have their junior quarterback is in Jackson Boswell. Boswell, 4 touchdowns in the air, 5 on the ground, but he's got a plethora of weapons on the outside, led by Blake Newroth, the smallest of the receivers, but he has been really, really good. And the other thing they were excited about, they're 2-1, and they haven't been able to effectively run the ball yet. And they think this week is the week that they can find yards against Maquoketa Valley. On the flip side, Maquoketa Valley, very highly rated coming in. Their 2,000-yard passer, that return got hurt in game 1, and he's been out the last 2 weeks where they've only been able to score 1 touchdown in 2 weeks. So for East Marshall able to win, it all comes down to you got to stop the run, and you've got to be able to run the football, and this could be a culture-defining win for the Greg Lee-led Mustangs of East Marshall.
Did they let you get out there and hit a tackling dummy or suit up again for one last time? Or?
We were in the gym, so there was only helmets, and talking to assistant coach Justin Burns, who has a kid on the team, and I also graduated with him. I go, your kid, he's a lot taller than you. And he said, so's yours. So it is what it is. But they're doing great things out there in East Marshall. Really excited as an alum to see that program going in the right direction.
Yeah, that is definitely for sure. That is our East Marshall preview tonight. Again, all brought to you by Sheer Envy and Gilman. If you're looking for a hometown salon that does it all, from haircuts to colors, nails, and more, Sheer Envy and Gilman has you covered. We will preview West Marshall when we come back. This is Bobcat Game Day Live. You're watching KFJB-TV.
Ready for a new look? At Sheer Envy and Gilman, you'll find everything you need to feel your best. From women's, men's, and children's haircuts to hair coloring, perms, facial waxing, spray tanning, manicures, and pedicures. Sheer Envy does it all. Whether it's a quick trim, a bold new style, or a little pampering, Jen has you covered. Call today to book your appointment at 641-498-2426. Sheer Envy in Gilman, because confidence starts with great style.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is powered by First Rate Real Estate, FirstRateTeam.com, Adland Engraving and Screen Print Company, AdlandEngraving.com, Assured Partners, power through partnership. Your Marshalltown Dairy Queens. And Brown Shoe Fit, with you every step.
Bobcat Game Day Live continues from the Des Moines Metro as we step inside the Trojan program. Yep. And that all brought to you by, of course, Ethington Heating and Cooling. They're not comfortable until you are. All right, Trojans. Yep. You did not go to practice over there, though, this week.
No, they won't let me in. I think there's a picture
of
me over there.
There's a no trespass exclusively to Dylan Doze over
and
there.
It says, don't trust this man, love Jeff Brooks. And so no, I wasn't over there, but I do know West Marshall football always gets back on the right track. They started out this season, had a tough matchup against a very, very good South Hardin team. They lost 28-7. It was Blake Hart's first game starting at quarterback. He struggled. Really, Kenneth Gears was the only kid returning with offensive production. Week 2, they got a New Hampton team. They were able to take care of them. And then last week in a thrilling win against Roland Story, scoring the go-ahead touchdown with just 5 minutes ago, they won 27-20. And I really think they've got to find the third musketeer because Blake Hart has been really good in the air and on the ground in wins. 130 in the air, 120 on the ground. And when he throws it, he goes to Kenneth Gears, who has averaged over 100 yards receiving the last couple weeks. But they haven't found really anything else. And I think, you've got to find that third person. And then you look on the other side. They're going down Highway 30. They're going past Ames. They're going past Boone. They end up in Ogden. Ogden also sits 2-1, but they've struggled. They've struggled at points.
Ogden is a beautiful town this time of year.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear. It's where the 4-lane ends. But they do have a great pub downtown. Great burger. It was one of the finalists for Burger of the Year, I think, a couple years ago.
What's better, their burgers or their football?
I think their burgers are. So it comes down, really, if Ogden's going to have a chance, it's going to be with C.J. Jones, who averages just under 200 yards a game in the air. He's thrown 3 touchdowns. But if West Marshall wants to slam the door, he has thrown 5 picks in just 3 games. So I anticipate, like it's been said, you don't know how, you don't know who, but at the end of the day, the Trojans of West Marshall tend to figure it out.
Just like you.
That's right. Well, you got to have...
I do have to say, Zach last week, he had score predictions for his previews.
Well, I don't...
He went 1 for 1. He picked your Mustangs to win last week.
We missed it. Here, I don't want to... I don't want to put out there in case there's some dark web gambling sites for high school that some gambling deviant says, you told me. I'm not playing that game. I will tell you, my fandom has me Mustangs get that culture win. West Marshall, I will reluctantly say, gets their 3rd win tonight as well.
That is our West Marshall preview. Again, all brought to you by Ethington Heating and Cooling. They're not comfortable until you are. When we come back, we will dive into warm-ups between the Bobcats and the Scarlets from Duke Williams Stadium in the Metro on KFJB-TV.
For 30 years, you've heard Ethington Heating and Cooling say they aren't comfortable until you are, and they mean it even more today than they did then. Ethington Heating and Cooling has provided Central Iowa with the industry's best equipment while delivering premier service and quality installation by a knowledgeable staff. From repairs and services to an entirely new system, Ethington Heating and Cooling does it all. A proud Lennox dealer as well as Trane, GeoComfort, and Mitsubishi. 641-753-5525. Ethington Heating and Cooling. They aren't comfortable until you are.
From preschool to graduation day, Marshalltown Community School District prepares students for success in a global world. Embrace the lead with curriculum that prepares students for tomorrow's challenges, giving your child unmatched college and career advantages. Embrace the lead by developing talents beyond the classroom through extracurricular opportunities and by focusing on student well-being and whole child development. Create a global learning community right here in Marshalltown. Learn more at marshalltown.k12.ia.us.
Bobcat Bobcat Game Day Live.
Back in for our player spotlight tonight on Bobcat Game Day Live, highlighting Jackson Hinkle, big number 54 for the Marshalltown Bobcats. A couple of really big runs last week on that left side of the offensive line. We saw Declan Green with a 44-yard rushing touchdown last week. What makes him so good at being able to really just, obviously open up those big seams and be a good blocker out there for the Bobcats?
One, he's a good-sized kid. He's a strong kid, but it really comes down to physicality. It does not wait to be hit. And I think that's one of the most important things on that offensive line. He's already built to where he gets that great leverage from the line, but he's going to hit you in the mouth. And I think that's what makes him really beneficial on that left side of the line, able to open up those holes, put the defensive line on their backside, but also defensively where he's able to wreak some havoc in that 3-4 matchup.
Meanwhile, another senior out there, we haven't talked a whole lot about him, but last year he was injured, and Logan Hoffman, number 14 for the Marshalltown Bobcats, he had 7 tackles last week. He looked like he was a man on a mission. He had some really impressive tackles. Good to see a guy like that be able to – it's kind of a feel-good story for him.
Yeah, it really is. He came on late in his sophomore year. We mentioned him. He played some defensive backfield there when the Cats struggled. Last year, unfortunate with the knee injury, but this year coming in, being a little bit of the sheriff of the defensive backfield, taking after his dad. If he would have had a pair of handcuffs, maybe it would have done the Bobcats a little bit better. But those 7 tackles, and we talked about it, there was not a lot of physicality or effort from that defense last week. If you were watching in the second half, it really all fell apart. But I thought Logan gave great energy from the beginning to the end, and he'll be starting here tonight.
And, of course, on the other side of things for the Des Moines East, it's another Williams, Lance Williams, 17 total tackles. He has a sack. He starts over there on the defensive line.
Yep.
What did they and what does he need to do to be a disruptor against this offense, which, I'm sure when you're going against spread teams, they did get to face Atumwa, which runs a similar flex bone last week. What does it take for a guy like that to be successful against this offense of the Bobcats?
Well, I think it really comes down to he has got to disrupt that interior offensive line. We had Jamison Niehaus and Tyler Englund on last night, and really Jamison's talking about that initial read. Lance Williams could mess up Niehaus's life if he messes up with the guard center right there. If he's able to dominate that, it throws every single read the Bobcats have in flux. So that's really where it comes down. He could make it a miserable night for the Bobcats if he's able to own his matchup there in the middle of the line.
Bobcats enter the night 2-1. East is 1-2 with their lone victory over Des Moines North. Des Moines North, a safety. 10-2 was the final score of that game.
You got to love it. Those defensive battles. You know what? I think the Cats get more than a safety here tonight.
I think so, too. Coming up on Bobcat Game Day Live, we have our Cat Connection and also our pregame chat with head coach Adam Goodvin. This is Bobcat Football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
Good call tonight, man. You too? You think what I'm thinking? Let's go to Legends for a Bobcat burger.
Hi, guys. What are we hungry for today?
I think we're going to do 2 Bobcat burgers. Whether it's pregame or postgame.
Or during the game, it's Legends American Grill in Marshalltown.
Looking for top-notch eye care close to home? Eye Care Associates, with offices in Marshalltown, Conrad, and Toledo, has proudly served Central Iowa since 1990. Their expert team provides eye exams for all ages, designer frames, contact lens fittings, and treatment for glaucoma, cataracts, and other eye conditions. With advanced technology, a welcoming staff, and convenient online booking, your next visit is easier than ever. Visit VisionSource-MarshalltownEyeCare.com today. Eye Care Associates, your vision is their priority.
The Scouting Report from Radio Iowa Sports.
As the high school season reaches week 4, district play shifts into high gear in the smaller classes. 2A top-ranked Kemper Catholic opens District 2 by hosting number 9 OA BCIG. Emmett Kinney has a preview.
It's homecoming week for the Knights, who come into the game with a 3-0 record and an explosive offense, scoring over 40 points in every game so far this season. But head coach Ryan Steinkamp says the prior games don't mean anything now with district play starting.
The prior games are great, but they don't mean anything now, because everybody's in the same spot, and it's just it's just a great opportunity for guys like, hey, let's go play our best football now when we got time, and it's just not look ahead, just focus on what's coming up in front of us Friday night.
The OABCIG Falcons come into this game off of a long 4 turnovers and have been dealing with the turnover bug so far this season. Head coach Larry Allen mentions the importance of ball security and overall playing a clean game to not allow Kemper Catholic to have easy opportunities for points.
We can't afford to give the ball away, period. In a game like this with a quality opponent like we have, every turnover, every possession is going to be crucial. So you sure don't want to give ones away if you can avoid it.
It'll be the first meeting between these two teams since 2019 and will be an exciting matchup to open up district play. From Carroll for the Radio Iowa Scouting Report and KDSN Sports, I'm Emmett Kenny.
Also in Class 2A, it's second-ranked Van Meter visiting third-ranked Woodward Granger. Fourth-ranked Osage is at home against North Fayette Valley. 1A tonight, top-ranked Grundy Center hosts Garner Hayfield Ventura. It's second-ranked West Lyon at Alta Aurelia. Third-ranked Regina Catholic visits Cardinal. Class A, top-ranked West Hancock hosts BCLUW. It's number 2 St. Ansgar at home against Newman Catholic. Third-ranked MMCRU is at Sioux Central. 8-player District 9, fifth-ranked Audubon's on the road to take on 2-1 Cam. Chris Varney reports.
Senior Carson Wessel of Audubon was banged up in the first 2 weeks, but he had 128 yards on the ground and 4 touchdowns last week, plus a pick 6. He says this game with Cam is a big one.
Last year beating them at, I think it was their place, really set the tone for the rivalry and how far back it goes. And I feel comfortable and I have trust in our guys, and we're pretty physical and big, and our scheme from our coaches, and our coaches really set us up for success.
Senior Colin Bauer leads Cam in rushing, receiving, and tackles for a loss. The Cougars are coming off a 50-48 win over Bedford, and he says if this is a physical game, Audubon will be in trouble.
For us to get a win, I think we gotta hound them like we did Bedford. We thought Bedford they were big guys. I think Audubon's big guys, but the bigger they are, the bigger they fall.
Number 5 Audubon is 3-0. Unranked Cam 2-1. For the Scouting Report, I'm Chris Varney.
Also an 8-player, top-ranked Bishop Garrigan is on the road at St. Edmund. This season, Bex is recognizing student athletes that are not only a star in athletics, but a player that shows heart in school, at work, through the community, and in the ag industry. Bo Burns of BGM has helped a local farmer with his cattle herd and has had some memorable experiences.
One of the times I helped him, we castrated cows, so that was a new experience for sure.
Audubon's Lane Elmquist enjoys showing livestock and also mentors kids who are interested in the livestock industry.
They're just trying to learn the basics, and I can go help them and teach them some of the stuff that I know, and just try to get them to more people into the livestock industry, because it's an industry that's not, I think that more people need to be involved in it, and it's something that I love, so it's always fun to go and...
Is a 3-sport athlete, and he's also a member of the school's decorated marching band.
Football really comes after school, while marching band comes in the morning, so they don't really clash much. Our bands had multiple Division I readings over the past, I think we were on to our 13th year in a row or something like that.
Cascade's Hallie Kelchin is heavily involved on her family farm and even started her own cattle herd.
Me and my brother mostly run the harvest in the fall. That's usually my dad's busy time, so I'm usually the grain cart operator. I'm usually the main one to help with calving. Most of my siblings in college, I kind of help my dad take over as his busy seasons are fall and spring. So I'm pretty involved with the cattle and the crop side of agriculture.
Nominate a student athlete by searching Beck's Player with Heart. The rest of Week 4 is next on the Scouting Report.
At Beck's, we believe that true champions are not just made on the field, but also in the heart. The Beck's Player with Heart Scholarship celebrates high school student athletes who show dedication, teamwork, and leadership, both in sports and in their communities. We're honoring those who go above and beyond, demonstrating passion, perseverance, and a commitment to making a difference. Nominate a high school student athlete by searching Beck's Player with Heart.
The Scouting Report from Radio Iowa Sports.
A championship game rematch highlights tonight's action in Class 4A as second-ranked Pella hosts third-ranked and defending champion North Polk. Pella's defense has given up only 13 points and just 45 yards of rushing per game in a 3-0 start. Coach Ben Bollard says that defense will be tested by North Polk senior quarterback James Armstrong. He has 684 yards of passing and also is a run threat.
He really runs the offense well. You know, a lot of RPO stuff, a lot of read stuff. And so he's a kid who is talented, and if you get kind of misaligned, he'll find that hole in your defense. And so that'll really challenge us that all 11 guys have to be where they need to.
Also in 4A, 8th-ranked Gilbert's on the road to play Webster City. Quinn Douglas has a preview.
Gilbert enters Week 4 with a 3-0 record following a 2024 season that saw the Tigers win their first district title since 2015. Head coach Graham Lunt says his program's emphasis on toughness and option football came out of necessity.
We knew that schematically we need to have a little advantage, and everything comes down to the trenches on the O and the D line. And so we knew we'd see teams that platoon maybe a little bit more, and we knew we'd see teams that physically might be a little bit bigger. And so that allows us to be in a little bit more control. And then because it is unique.
Webster City is coming off a 47-7 loss against 3A top-ranked Clear Lake last Friday, but Coach Andy Brim says the effort never lacked in the loss.
I was really proud of how our kids responded throughout that game. You know, when things don't go your way that quickly and that early in a game, it's really easy to for lack of a better term, quit. And I don't think that our kids really ever did.
For the Radio Iowa Scouting Report and KQWC, this is Quinn Douglas.
Also in 4A, top-ranked Cedar Rapids Xavier is at Williamsburg. 3A, number 8 Wahlert Catholic pays a visit to unbeaten West Delaware. John Swisher reports.
It'll be the first true test of the season for the West Delaware Hawks when they welcome in the Dubuque-Wahlert Catholic Golden Eagles to Brownfield in Manchester tonight. West Delaware, one of 63 unbeaten teams in the state as we enter Week 4 play, one of 10 in Class 3A. Wahlert Catholic, the defending state champion, is 2-1 with wins over Western Dubuque and Anamosa, falling last week at home in overtime against Decorah 19-13. The Hawks' 3 W's have come against Marion at home and North Fayette Valley and Waukon on the road. Those defensive efforts for the Hawks have resulted in the number 1 ranking right now, only averaging 4 points a game, while the offense has tallied 37 points a contest. The Golden Eagles are 3rd in Class 3A defense, only giving up 13 points a game with 1 shutout as well. It'll be the 11th meeting in the series that started back in 2014, with the Hawks leading 6-4. But Wahlert Catholic has won the last 3 contests in the last 3 consecutive years, the last 2 by a combined total of just 4 points, including last year a 17-14 home win at the Rock Bowl. For the Scouting Report, John Swisher, KMCH Sports, Manchester.
Also in 3A, 7th-ranked Nevada closes out non-district play by hosting top-ranked Clear Lake. Nevada coach Andy Kleeman says run defense has been the strength for the Cubs, but that defense will be tested tonight by the Lions.
The quarterback is certainly a threat in the run game, and they got other guys too that can do that as well. But you know, the big play certainly concerns me. That's something that we gave up Week 2, and that's something that we can't give up against this team.
There are 2 rated matchups in Class 5A tonight. One of them finds 4th-ranked Dowling Catholic hosting number 5 Southeast Polk. The other has 6th-ranked Ankeny taking on crosstown rival and number 9 Ankeny Centennial. That's all for the Scouting Report. For Radio Iowa Sports, I'm Todd Keel.
Rainbow Car Wash has been in town over 40 years. New owners Brett and Kim Kennedy have been with Rainbow for more than 35 years, focusing on quality, cleanliness, and great customer service. Open 24 hours year-round with 2 convenient locations. Each location has 2 oversized truck bays to accommodate large vehicles, all bays except quarters. And for your convenience, newly installed credit, debit, Apple Pay, and Samsung Pay featuring swipe or tap to pay, powerful vacuums, and a great selection of vending supplies. Follow us on Facebook at Rainbow Car Wash, LLC.
The Cat Connection, powered by State Farm, mtownproud.com.
It is our Cat Connection, all brought to you by Tyler Prashong, State Farm Agency, mtownproud.com. Starting quarterback for the Marshalltown Bobcats and linebacker Jamison Niehaus, number 1 out there this year for the Marshalltown Bobcats. All right, we've seen the big runs, a 72-yard touchdown run, 5 touchdowns on the ground, 328 yards. You've been able to roll up the yardage, but tell me a little bit about operating this style of offense. We saw Army go crazy. I think their quarterback had like 40-something rushes as they beat Kansas State a couple weeks ago. It kind of reminds me of the Bobcat offense a little bit. How do you find those lanes? How do you be successful out there operating that offense?
It really comes down to coaching. Our coaches have really put us in a good position to win and be successful.
Sometimes we see those fakes. You know, how do you carry out a good fake? Because sometimes you fool even our camera guys. They think you're giving it to Tyler England, and here you go around the edge. What leads to a good fake?
Just to think you're handing it off. You know, you're not like gonna keep it. You wanna go through it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A hard sell job on it right there. All right, so you've passed it a few times. You and Jacob Hayes have had to play. He's had to step in, when you've been maybe out with a cramp or something of that. How good is it to see him go in there and shine in that spotlight and know that, hey, even if I'm out for a play, he's going to step right in for me?
It feels really good, especially since we all trust him and everything. You know, if I get hurt or anything bad happens to me, he can go in and still do it.
Yeah. All right, so out there at the linebacker spot, we saw you with a big interception against Newton last year. We saw you with that sack against Mason City a year ago. Is that what side of the ball is more fun for you? Is it out there at linebacker or quarterback? What would you say? Because it seems like you love being out there and being in the mix defensively.
Honestly, if I'm on the field, it's just fun. I like doing everything.
Yeah. Of course, coming into week number 4 here tonight, you're going to take on Des Moines East in the Metro. What do you know you guys need to do really well track and get that third victory?
Limit turnovers and errors. Last week we had a lot of errors that we didn't score in the red zone really. We just erred.
Yeah. As far as this year's team, what kind of makes it fun being on this year's team with this group of guys?
I've played football with them like every year. It's just they're all my friends. You know, it's just really fun.
Yeah. What's it like to hand off to Tyler England and from the backside of the play, watch him take it 65 yards to the house?
It's nice. I don't have to do much.
Is he one of the best running backs that you've seen so far this year that you can kind of point to? I mean, it seems like sky's the limit for Tyler England.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely the best.
Yeah. All right. What other activities and events are you involved in throughout the school year?
Basketball and track.
See you out there on the hardwood this year. Are you an inside or an outside guy? Because we saw you go in quite a bit and challenge other teams on the basketball floor. What, in your mind, what are you?
Probably an inside guy. Probably an inside guy.
But you can knock down the 3 every now and then, though, right?
Sometimes. We'll take it.
Hey, best of luck rest of the season.
Thank you.
All right, that is Jamison Niehaus with our Cat Connection. Get all brought to you by State Farm, Tyler Prashong Agency, right here on KFJB-TV.
Like any good neighbor, sometimes you move. Here at Tyler Prashong State Farm, we have moved to our new office location at 2110 South Center Street here in Marshalltown. I'm Tyler Prashong. I'm so proud of my team and what we have helped build, but we couldn't have done it without you. We are passionate about what we do and care about the community we serve. I invite you to our new location and see how we can make a positive impact in your life.
We'd love to talk to you about what makes you
M-Town proud.
Back in, it is a football Friday night on KFJB-TV, now joined by head coach Adam Goodvin for Marshalltown Bobcats. Coach, always good and bad out of any game, whether you win or lose. Last week, 42-17 the loss, but the real good side of it, you still effectively ran the ball last week, 252 yards on the ground. You led that category between the two teams. You know, it seems like that left side of the offensive line, Xavier Verdinez, Jackson Hinkle, they've been kind of the trusty. When you need a play call, when you need some yardage, you go to that side. What do you see on film that they do so well to set up those good runs for Tyler England or Jamison Niehaus, your quarterback?
Yeah, I think I think both sides of our offensive line have been doing an outstanding job. I think the first thing we look at is what the defense has given us, and Belly was there a lot last week, so we kept going at it. And but like you said, we've got to eliminate those mistakes and get the ball in the end zone a lot more than we did.
Another bright spot was Logan Hoffman. I don't know if I've ever seen him take guys out with some of his tackles like we did last Friday night. He had to slide in there for Unga Pramana at safety. He had 7 total tackles. I know he was out injured last year. Was that really good to see for a guy like that?
It was awesome. He's had a rough past, year or so, trying to recover from that injury and going through PT and all that. Logan's a kid that we knew can play the game. As a sophomore, we were able to throw him on a lot of special teams, and not only did he make some tackles last Friday night, but as a sophomore running down on kickoff, I remember he was made a lot of impact in the special team. So he's a kid that we know he's got potential, and it's just a matter of getting him back out there and feeling more comfortable. And we're pretty close.
Yeah, a couple of really key fumbles last week. Also, a lot of offside on the defensive side of things. Seems like, I don't know, and maybe in your mind, it seems like it's not so much of an X's and O thing right now. That in that loss was kind of the big thing. Is there anything kind of contributing to that in your mind?
I don't know. You can look back at a week ago and see that it was homecoming week, and we're dealing with teenagers and all these external factors that coaches really don't enjoy. But that's in the past. Monday we hit the reset button. Refocused, discussed the importance of being focused, locked in, and just having that mental discipline. And we've had a funky week as far as the weather goes with practice, but I think our mental focus and what we're asking out of them has really improved. So hoping for a much cleaner game from us tonight.
Yeah. Aiden Smitherman, 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns. He did it against Waterloo East and last week against Mason City. Special teams has been a really bright spot, I feel like, this year, too. Some kickoffs have been good to limit some big returns this year. What role or what impact do you think Ken Winkler has had on that with his coaching history and being able to lead that group?
Oh, man, I don't even know how to describe the impact that he's made on our special teams, and not only our special teams, but just our program as a whole. The amount of the experience and the years that he's got under his belt are just, we're trying to learn every single day as a staff. Me personally, I'm just trying to be a sponge and soak in as much as I can. And, he's doing an outstanding job. Our special teams is more detail-oriented than it's ever been, which is necessary. We've lost games through special teams in the past, and getting kids to understand the importance of, these aren't opportunities for you to take a play off. These matter and these count, and I think the kids are buying in, and Coach Winkler's played a huge piece in that.
How is he with his 2 state championships and also his success at over in State Center at West Marshall? There we go, and I finally found it, West Marshall. But obviously they always love to run the ball. What have you kind of maybe taken away from him in what it takes to be successful running that ball?
So it's a ton. We can sit down and talk for hours about how to be successful coaching in high school football. But it's funny you say that, because yesterday we were just talking about how there's a lot of, it's easy for young coaches and just coaches in general really to run schemes that they're familiar with, whether that fits their personnel or not. And, we were talking about some of the film we watch, and it's like, man, compared to what we do, it's like, we didn't really understand any of these schemes. They were so funky. And, and just how important it is at the high school level to be effective in the running game, and how much easier it is to get high school kids to do that efficiently and run the ball and put yourselves in better positions to win ball games, and how successful he's been in the past doing that. So, again, being a sponge, trying to soak it all in. So
that is always key, always learning. I had a station manager tell me, you're either green or growing or ripe and rotting, and that's the key, as it seems like this game is ever evolving. But then also the high schoolers are ever evolving, and we've talked a little bit about their growth in this offense. Have you been surprised by kids maybe going up to Coach Winkler and kind of being a sponge of him too?
Yeah, you see it a lot. I think kids understand that he's a very knowledgeable guy, and that he's probably forgotten more football than they've learned, and I fall under that boat as well. I think majority of our staff do as well, but it's been fun to watch the kids interact with him and really try to soak in as much as they can as well.
Yeah. Des Moines East is on the slate for tonight. We'll preview that one coming up when we come back. This is our pregame chat on a Football Friday night on KFJB-TV.
At Lennox Employees Credit Union, we take care of you like family. We're all about personal service, going above and beyond for our members. Whether it's home, auto, or other financial services, we're here for you. Take advantage of our always low interest rates or exclusive perks being a member can bring. Unlike others within personal services, at Lennox Employees Credit Union, we're all about that personal service. We find great joy meeting with our members to discuss their financial needs or big dreams. It's easy to become a member. Stop in today. Lennox Employees Credit Union.
Like I just told you, we've hit the reset button. I hope kids are going to come out, play a little more physical football, and much cleaner is our hope.
We talked about the ground game for the Bobcats. That's one thing that, you mentioned, just running effectively at the high school level. They've only ran it for 259 yards on the ground, 1 rushing touchdown, but they averaged 263 on that offensive line across those 5 guys. Are you a little bit surprised on tape? Maybe they don't run it more or run it a little more effectively?
What it looks like to me is that they're just trying to find a pattern and a rhythm, getting some sort of groove, and that can be hard, again, dealing with teenagers. But, they do have size, a lot of big boys up front that can cause some problems for us. So I think that's where the physicality comes in, and the improvement in that category is a must.
Alontae Johnson has thrown 3 interceptions this year. They're starting quarterback at Des Moines East. How do you create good pressure and give your secondary a good chance to get a turnover?
I think we've got to be very intentional with how we disguise our coverages, and then when our backers are coming. Those are like we said, those are big boys up front. But if we come hard and fast, it's we're going to be able to get to him, and that's necessary to slow them down.
Yeah, been surprised. They forced 5 fumbles on the season so far defensively for Des Moines East. So I know ball security is always a main thing for you, but how do you make sure in a running game and everybody's kind of packed in tight that is still a focus here on a football Friday night?
Yeah, I think it comes down to our individual periods in practice, just repetitions. Taking care of the football, doing your job over and over again, and that's going to show on Friday nights. And I think looking at film, we've got to be able to block the perimeter well to get ourselves in better positions to get bigger chunk plays, and that's been a big focus for us this week in practice. So overall, just hope it's a lot cleaner than it was a week ago.
Yeah, and last week, Bobcats struggled a little bit in the red zone. We've seen some big plays this year, but red zone can be so key, and especially those tight games. How do you be successful here tonight in the red zone against East?
I think you can't let up. I think a week ago I've got to take full blame for that. Our center went down, threw in another guy that just hasn't had as many reps. Just not as familiar. Quarterback center exchanges, and then we screwed it up, and that's on me. Probably should have called a timeout and evaluated the situation with Jonathan there, and would things have been different? I don't know, but you live and you learn. All around we've just got to be more locked in and take advantage when the opportunity comes.
Good luck tonight.
Appreciate it.
All right, that is head coach Adam Goodvin with our pregame chat on a football Friday night starting 11, and our keys to the game coming up right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
Craving something sweet and savory? Head to your Marshalltown Dairy Queens, 711 North 3rd Avenue and 2107 South Center Street. Try the Blizzard of the Month, the new Caramel Toffee Cookie Blizzard, or that fall favorite, the Pumpkin Pie Blizzard. 2 delicious options, but hurry, they're only here for a limited time. And don't miss a DQ Classic 4-piece chicken strip baskets for just $7.49 all month long. All white meat strips, crispy fries, warm Texas toast, and your favorite dipping sauce. Get yours now at Marshalltown Dairy Queens.
The following is a presentation of Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV.
Football Friday night on KFJB-TV is on the road to Des Moines. Marshalltown is looking to bounce back after a rough homecoming week. And the snap is fumbled. They go down for it. Pushed away, and Mason City has it. Here goes with touchdown on the punt return. Bobcats out of their lanes, and the Bobcats are out of the game. Now they aim to spoil homecoming for Des Moines East. Here goes England down the far side. Tonight marks the first meeting in 13 years between the Cats and Scarlets. It's all live from the Metro on KFJB-TV. The kicker is back there to make the stop, but he makes a juke at the 30, 20, 10. Smitherman does it again. Football Friday nights on KFJB-TV. I'm Brandon Lewis. Dylan Doze alongside me. The Bobcats 2-1 on the season, looking to bounce back after a tough loss last week against Mason City, trying to ruin homecoming for the Des Moines East Scarlets tonight here at Duke Williams Stadium. It's time to go inside our matchup here tonight, all brought to you by Century Plumbing in Marshalltown. Dylan, this is week number 4 already. The schedule is only going to get tougher for the Marshalltown Bobcats. This is a game they need to take care of against an East squad that comes in at a mark of 1-2. What do we know about this matchup that the Bobcats can exploit here tonight?
Really, and you talked a little bit about it with Coach, but when it comes to Des Moines East, they've struggled to put enough points on the board, and I think that really comes down to they've been imbalanced offensively. So if the Cats can keep that run game corralled and keep the pass game in front of them, I think they'll be effective there. On the flip side, the Cats have had no issues running the football consistently. I anticipate that continuing, but can the Cats hit stuff off the play action? They'll probably get 6 to 8 opportunities to throw it here tonight. Can they maximize those? Can they hit that big play? And then flip side, Des Moines East is if they will set the tone physically, if they can impose their will, the Cats, no matter how many yards they put together on the ground, will struggle to be able to match them play for play.
That is inside the matchup. Des Moines East and Marshalltown coming up at 7 o'clock here tonight. Inside the matchup, all brought to you by Century Plumbing, specializing in service plumbing in Marshalltown. We'll check out our starting lineups, all brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown next. This is Bobcat Football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
When you need a plumber quickly, try Century Plumbing of Marshalltown. We specialize in service plumbing, not new construction or large remodels, so we get to our customers faster, from clogged drains to water heaters and everything in between. We can help with a guaranteed appointment and quality, efficient service. I'm Sarah, co-owner of Century Plumbing, and I'd love to book your appointment today. Call 641-750-0108. That's 641-750-0108.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is powered by Central State Bank, locations in Ames, State Center, and West Des Moines. Eye Care Associates of Marshalltown, Conrad, and Toledo. Hy-Vee of Marshalltown. It pays to perk with Hy-Vee Perks. And Legends American Grill, Marshalltown Steakhouse.
Back at Duke Williams in the Des Moines Metro as we get you ready to go for tonight's game between the Marshalltown Bobcats and the Des Moines East Scarlets. Let's step aside for tonight's national anthem. Des Moines East Scarlet Marching Band with the national anthem tonight at Duke Williams Stadium. Time for tonight's starting lineup, all brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises. Let them deliver for you while we deliver you the starting lineups. Offensively here tonight for the Des Moines will be Caseta, will be at defensive end. And then the secondary. There you have a really good secondary with a total of 6 interceptions. And the leader is Braden Johnson there with 3 forced fumbles. He has an interception, 12 total tackles, and 3 interceptions for JT Giefer, as he has tied for first in 5A with those 3 interceptions this year. So that linebacker crew looking to make some plays, but, man, that secondary is pretty good to challenge with.
Yeah, I think that secondary's been really, really effective. And you talk about Giefer with those 3 picks. You look at the others around there. They're going to play much more around the line of scrimmage just due to the way that the Bobcats' offense dictates that. But you look for if the Bobcats can get them coming forward, can they go over top?
Let's switch now to the Marshalltown Bobcat offense, as it will go like this. Jamison Niehaus at quarterback, averaging 8.9 yards per carry. His running back, he hands it off to Tyler England, also averaging 8.9 yards per carry. That is both top 5 in 5A. I mean, they can get that ground game really going. I mean, they rushed it quite impressively, over 200 yards last week in a loss, but it's been that mainstay. But can you get that big home run play here tonight?
Yeah, we had them on Bobcat Live last night, and they think they can. Those are 2 very confident young men that feel very, very familiar in this offense. Both of them actually have an outside shot with a really big game tonight to match Davis Ragland, who is the Bobcat leading rusher last year, just over 500 yards.
Bobcat offense averaging 33 points per game. Meanwhile, on the defensive side of things for the Marshalltown Bobcats tonight, they'll be led by Talon Halstead, Jackson Hinkle, Xavier Verdinez on the defensive line. Halstead with those 2 sacks leading things on the defensive side for the Bobcats. 17 total tackles to lead the Bobcats defense from Zach Wilder, starting middle linebacker. It'll be Giles Smith getting his first start of the season at corner, replacing bumped up Aiden Smitherman, who was knocked up with a little bit of a shoulder injury. We saw him go out in that game last week. Kyle Smith at the other corner. Logan Hoffman gets his first start of the season at strong safety tonight. That is our starting lineups. Again, all brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown. It's Bobcat football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
YMCC, competitive athletics, affordable tuition, on-campus living, online courses plus 2 campus locations, unique programs, career training, small classes, short-term hands-on training. Choose MCC.
Refinance your auto loan with Members First Community Credit Union. For a limited time, refinance your auto loan from another lender and receive 1% cash back up to $500. Scan the QR code to apply online. Call us or visit a Members First branch.
Today's keys to the game presented by First Rate Real Estate, FirstRateTeam.com. All right, Dylan, you presented some very simple keys to the game here tonight.
Well, I was traveling last week, so I thought we'd travel here tonight. For the Bobcats, it's all about NASA. It's about space, baby. You've got to be able on offense. Can you get Tyler England? Can you get Jamison Niehaus out in space, and what can they do with it? Defensively, how do the Bobcats defend space? They really struggled late against Waterloo East, but that game was already out of hand. And then you saw it with Mason City just last week. The Cats just could not bring down the Mason City offense or special teams in space. When you flip it to the Scarlet, it's all about TSA. It's about flight. If they're able to throw the football effectively, we talked about Braden Johnson. I'm worried even more so about Malik Williams, the 6'3" tight end. Can he match up against the smaller linebacker unit of the Bobcats? Can he lay the wood? Because if they're able to control it in the air, the Cats will struggle. And if they can shut down any play action from the Cats, it makes them even more one-dimensional.
That is tonight's Keys to the Game, all brought to you by First Rate Real Estate. Kickoff between the Scarlets and the Bobcats. Next on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Brown Shoe Fit has a great selection of athletic footwear. Choose from New Balance, On, Keen, Echo, and much more. Brown Shoe Fit can find the right shoe for every occasion for both men and women, including dress shoes, casual shoes, work boots, and European footwear, carrying multiple sizes and widths to ensure the best fit for you. Their expert-friendly staff is available to give you a personalized experience and can find the right shoes for what you need. Brown Shoe Fit, downtown Marshalltown. With you every step of the way.
Intercepted. It's Niehaus, a sophomore, makes the pick at the 20. Week 4 of the high school football season. Bobcats, Scarlets coming up in a matter of moments as the Bobcats look to ruin homecoming for the Scarlets, who are in the all-black tonight. Bobcats in the all-white as we get ready for kickoff here tonight at Duke Williams Stadium. I'm Brandon Lewis. He's Dylan Doze alongside me, our producer on site, Zach Tomish. On camera here tonight, Keith Stewart and Elijah Bond and Xavier Doze on our stats. All right, week number 4, big bounce back. We've talked a lot about it. Time to kind of prove it, but we got a great night here tonight, and I just have a good feeling that, there's probably a lot of guys really motivated after that tough loss last week to Mason City.
And you wonder, especially with that, being high school students, homecoming week is a big week. There's activities all throughout the week. You're expected to do a little bit more. The rhythm gets broken up. Maybe getting away from home at Des Moines East, where you get to just play football, is exactly what the doctor ordered. The Cats, I think, like you, I feel like they're ready for this moment. They're ready. They're going to be ready for East. And if they can come out fast as they have in their wins, it'll be a big motivator for the 2-1 Marshalltown Bobcats.
Coin toss here tonight as the Bobcats will get ready to go for week number 1. This is two teams who do something a little bit different than each other. Obviously, Ottumwa was the opponent last week in a 35-6 loss for Des Moines East. They got a little bit of that look at the Flexibone. Do you think that helps them heading into this matchup? Because this is not an offense you typically see week after week at the high school level, especially in 5A.
I think it's a big advantage because you get a look at film, and you don't even have a couple games in between to have to go back to a different, more traditional offense. You get it week after week, and you're able to fix those things where you had mistakes and maximize what you did well.
Well, the Bobcats will elect to receive to begin tonight's game. Is back to return for the Marshalltown Bobcats. It'll be Tyler England, and it will be Aiden Smitherman for the Bobcats. He was a little bit questionable heading into tonight, but he is up there in 5A, 5th in 5A, with a 56.2 average on his kickoff returns, including a tie there with, I believe it's 3rd place for 2 touchdown returns this year.
Yeah, he is definitely electric. Will they even try to kick off to him? If I was East, I would not, and they are not going to.
That is true. As Gersma catches it at the 40, puts a stiff arm up, and he's out to the 45-yard line as that kickoff here tonight, all powered by Century 21, Marshalltown's #1 home team, the Poly Real Estate Team.com. All right, so here we go. First quarter, Bobcats take the field with great starting field position at the 45.
And you love to have an up man. With multi-sport athletes, you have your point guard getting the ball, someone who is used to catching and has that good hand-eye coordination. You don't have an offensive lineman up there. Cats are in great position. They've got 55 yards to go. See if they can put an exclamation early.
Niehaus with those 5 rushing touchdowns this year, tied for 3rd in 5A as he'll guide the Bobcat offense out there on their first drive of the game. Hand off England, left side of that line. He's going to work up to the 49-yard line. Nice little 4-yard gain on first down, and that's the big man, Lance Williams. We highlighted him in the pregame. Number 40 with 17 total tackles and 1 sack. He comes up with the stop.
And I'm all right if you get him on his heels where he has to make that tackle 4 yards deep. That's a win for the Cats. It was interesting talking to Tyler England about how he gets moved around, usually starts at that B-back right behind Jamison, then moves to the slot. And he just says he loves it in the slot, but he loves moving around to be able to get the ball.
Declan Green in the slot for the Bobcats. They'll hand it off, and boy, breaking tackles. England carrying a couple of Scarlets on his back. And he's going to pick up a big first down into Scarlet territory. But Jordan Lee getting taken for a ride right there. He has 10 total tackles and an interception on the season. But England got the better of him to get inside the 35.
And we talked about that right in the pregame is the Cats. It's that middle part of the line. Just look, Williams gets knocked to the ground, but that middle part of the line, if it be Nacho in the middle or the guards right on side of him, just destroyed.
18-yard gain, 2 carries, 22 yards for the junior running back in Tyler England. And they're going to give it to him again. Bounces off a tackle. He's up over the 30 to the 29-yard line. Gain of 3 yards on first down.
And this is nice. You just keep going, keep running until they stop. Now you get that short 3-yard gain. Look at maybe something a little bit more of that option that they do, that inside veer where Jamison makes a couple reads. See if they start moving to the outside.
Kyle Smith and Zane Moore are the wide receivers split out. As we'll see Declan Green and Aiden Smitherman at the slots with the B-back in Tyler England. Been all England on this first drive. It'll be Niehaus now. Here he comes around the near side. Oh, he's got open room at the 10-5 touchdown. How about it? Jamison Niehaus with his 6th rushing touchdown of the season. It's a 30-yard skipper into the end zone for the Bobcats.
It's 6 for 1, but it's all about number 9. Declan Green, talking to Coach, he said some of the wide receiver blocking was not good last week. Coming up here, see this layout block by Green, able to turn around number 14, Giefer, and Jamison untouched. Great block by the senior Declan Green.
9:41 in this opening quarter. Just like that, a 55-yard drive for the Cats to strike. Aaron Zambrano on for the PAT. It's up, and it is good. He is now 8 of 9 on points after touchdowns for the Bobcats, and it's an early 7-0 lead for the Cats on KFJB-TV.
You planned and saved for your child to go to college, but medical school after graduation was a surprise. A happy, expensive surprise. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When opportunities surprise you, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East Southridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Back in the Capitol, it's 7-0 as we take a look at our Tyler Prashong State Farm Agency replay. Niehaus, 30 yards for 6.
And we talked about it, the first 3 runs, England in between the guards, just straight up the middle. They pounce down on that. Niehaus comes out to the left, and he kept his own number because he was wide open. Cats with a dominating first drive. 4 plays, 55 yards, all on the ground. Now with a 7-0 lead, just over 2 minutes played so far.
Innocent Aishigangu will tee it up. Kickoff tonight, all powered by the Poly Real Estate Team, Century 21. So 7-0 Bobcats, first quarter. 9:41 to go. Scarlets will get the ball for the first time. As this Angle towards the 20 and out of bounds. We'll see if Scarlets will re-elect to re-kick it or take it at the 35-yard line.
It looks like they're going to take it at the 35, and that cannot be what Ken Winkler. I see him over there. He's a little frustrated. Yeah, he's waving Innocent over as like, let's chat, buddy. We want you to pooch it, but do not give them free yardage.
Yeah, I had a really cool conversation with head coach Adam Goodvin about Ken Winkler and just guys in the coaching staff and the players being a sponge. I mean, obviously with his 2 state championships and his long run of success at West Marshall, there is definitely something to be learned from a guy like that.
Des Moines Register has him as one of the 30 best high school football coaches in the history of Iowa football.
Yeah.
You know, if you're not familiar with West Marshall, if you're just tuning in because you have Bobcats out there, he had some teams. He built that culture at West Marshall, and the reason why they just kind of figure it out.
East will break the huddle with 3 wide receivers. Their starting quarterback, Amonte Johnson, 570 yards through the air this year with those 5 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. They average 171 through the air a game, and it's a pick almost for Drake Gersma. It's a double pass, an incomplete, broken up by Drake Gersma as Javian Hansen was the intended target, but we do have a flag
I think it was a forward pass out to the side. But a great job, like you said, with Gersma. Gersma read it the whole way, played great center field there. You look over, I think that's a forward pass.
It was definitely close to the 35-yard line where he caught that as the officials getting together to discuss the play.
Because he caught it about the 34, and I believe Johnson was at the.
Let's get a look at the other angle here.
Oh, that's definitely a forward pass. He was back about the 28-yard line, and he caught it at the 29. I feel a little bad for them down there to have us up here because we actually have video so we can see it. We can either apologize or confirm.
It is an illegal forward pass on the Des Moines East Scarlets. So trying an early trick play here early to catch the Bobcats off guard, but it was a great play by Drake Gersma, who has come in that free safety role to replace Juan Pablo Perez, who suffered an injury week number 1. And he seems like that role has kind of fit him well. He's had a couple of really nice pass breakups.
He's an athlete. He's a point guard, so he's going to
So unsportsmanlike conduct maybe after the play is what I'm guessing. Because it looked like they started to mark off the initial penalty.
Yeah, and then they called it a loss of down, and then it was a dead ball. Okay, that's what it was. That's unfortunate.
So 10 yards after the penalty on East, that gives them an extra 10 yards. Quick pass out to the far side of the field as hauling it in on the play is Jameel Helleman. Yeah, that's a nice gain on first down for 8.
And that's what we were talking about early is that they like to get it out quickly. And the Bobcats, they don't play a lot of press coverage. They're going to drop back, keep everything in front of them. And it works as long as you can tackle in space.
Shotgun formation with 2 wide receivers to the bottom side of the formation. Hand it off. Right up the gut they'll go with Pies. And that one will be a loss. Is in there to help make the tackle at the end, Kyle Smith. So it's going to be a loss of 1 right there for Des Moines East. And that's something that they haven't been able to get a lot of traction. It's a line that averages 263 pounds, but only averaging 86 yards a game on the ground.
And they just look all discombobulated on there. I have noticed something interesting as Giles Smith has actually come up in press. They're watching things, and he's staying much closer to the line of scrimmage.
Fake the wide receiver sweep. And the quarterback and Johnson will bring it down. He gets outside the numbers at the 40 and pushed out of bounds shy of the 30 at the 32-yard line. And that's a good scramble for Johnson to pick up the first down.
And that's what you worry about. He has 94 yards on the year, but he's athletic and able to move. And you see here a great job of coverage, but then Jamison Niehaus loses his footing, and Johnson just gets the outside and driven out of bounds late by Drake Gersma.
Bobcats with those 3 down linemen. Ignacio Macias at nose tackle. Dallin Halstead with his 2 sacks coming into this one at defensive end, as well as Jackson Hinkle sliding over to the end.
Yeah, those corners are playing late press.
And a tackle in the backfield, and it's Ignacio Macias. Ball comes out late, but I think he might have been down as the near side official marking him down 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So behind the sticks on the play, but Ignacio Macias at nose tackle shooting through there and making first contact.
And you look at that just right there, and you see Gaston Ferris coming in to sub in for Nacho, and that's a big deal because those were 2 student athletes that were not here in the first couple weeks. To be able to add more depth, especially at that nose guard position, is a big deal.
3 wide receivers bunched up to the far side of the formation for Amonte Johnson on 2nd down and 12. As he claps his hands, he'll look out to the far side of the field. It's caught by Johnson. He turns the corner, pushed out of bounds by Giles Smith, and another Bobcat in the area is Jamison Niehaus. To get back some of that yardage, it'll set up a more manageable 3rd down and 6.
What I loved about 13 there, he came like a missile. He wasn't just slightly pushing him. He brought physicality, not a big kid. He's listed here at 5'8", 155, but 155 going 55 can make some damage right there.
Also 2 fumble recoveries this year against Ames and Waterloo East. Actually, they both came against Ames earlier this year. Pass out in an out route down to the 20-yard line, and Johnson gets even further down into the red zone, down at the 4. Actually, they mark it back at the 6-yard line. So East with a big gain through the air as Amonte Johnson just firing that one out to his favorite target in Braden Johnson.
And that's what you love to do, put it in athlete's hands right on the outside. And he just literally, in an out route there, just a little drag out there, able to get it on the run. And that's where the Cats, it can be a struggle.
So at the 6-yard line, it is 1st and goal for Des Moines East. Johnson will hand it off, and it's a rumble in for a touchdown by Jeremy Pies. Only 21 rushing yards on the season coming in off of 8 carries, but he'll rush it in for his first touchdown of the season as the sophomore running back at 5'8", 165, pushing the pile into the end zone to get East on the scoreboard.
You just look there that Fenceroy and Cook Vasquez on the right side of the lineup just drove him back, but then Malik Williams as your lead blocker, he took care of any Bobcat left over, and he strolled in and got 6 to get a chance to tie this one up with the extra point.
Leo Cruz on for the PAT. Just 1 of 2 this year. And a flag will fly in before the PAT.
East is pointing at the Cats.
An illegal substitution on Des Moines East.
Maybe East was pointing at themselves. That could have been as well.
So illegal substitution on East. That will back the PAT attempt. To the 15 is where they'll spot it, so a 25-yard PAT. And it is good for Cruz, and we're knotted up at 7 with 6:29 first quarter on KFJB-TV. Pick up your 2025 Marshalltown Bobcat football roster t-shirt at AdletEngraving24.com. That's AdletEngraving24.com. Or stop by Adlet Engraving in Screen Print 307 Riverside in Marshalltown. Good luck, Bobcats. Have Van Wyck Wood Builders design and build the storage shed you need. So many different options to choose from. Van Wyck Wood Builders, just 5 miles south of I-80 in Grinnell on Highway 146. Online at VanWyckWoodBuilders.com. Welcome back to Duke Williams Stadium in the Des Moines Metro. I'm Brandon Lewis. Dylan Does alongside me. All right, so a 6-yard rumble by Pies gets us knotted up. It's 7 apiece. That's a pretty good response right there by the Scarlets.
Yeah, and they were able to do, you see, they finished it with a run, but what marched them down the field was one well-timed quarterback run, but really a lot of short passes in front of the Cats' defense. A short to the up back, Declan Green.
And Green will be brought down at the 38-yard line, so still good starting field position for the Bobcats. So the Bobcats had that kick out of bounds. It ends up only having to be a 65-yard drive for Des Moines East off of that misplay on special teams, and they take it down the field. I mean, it looks like when you can get Johnson, their quarterback, in a little bit of a rhythm, he can put the ball right on you.
And I only knew him by stats until we get here to watch warm-ups. And in warm-ups, he gets the ball out there quickly. He's got a rocket up an arm, a good-looking athlete, and we saw him in space. He's able to move. He's able to run. Cats will have their hands full with him.
Zane Moore split out to the top side of the formation for the Bobcats. England the B-back as they bring Smitherman in motion. Handoff to England. Stretch play near side. Bowls over and breaks through a tackle at the 50. Tripped up at the 41-yard line. Boy, that had 6 written all over it for Tyler England.
Man alive. Tyler, if you're going to try to tackle him up by the biceps, it's not going to work because those legs keep churning. Runs right through a tackler, high steps, and just gets caught around the shoelaces there. Otherwise, like you said, that was pay dirt.
Jordan Lee and Trey Parker just trying to hang on for dear life, trying to bring England down right there. Second time Lee has been taken for a ride here tonight by Tyler England, who looks strong out there in the B-back role. 1st and 10 for the Bobcats in Scarlet territory. And finally driven down at the 40, so it's just a 1-yard gain this time. As good sure tackle by Lance Williams, who we highlighted in our pregame as well. He is a wrecker out there. He's a guy that you see on film kind of all over the place on that defensive line.
Yeah, I think Fenceroy had something to say about it as well. They're both just big kids, strong kids. And you just hope we've said both their names quite a bit, Fenceroy on that offensive line as well. Just maybe they can get worn down a little bit as this game goes because the Bobcats' running attack will just keep coming at you.
Bobcats keep it with Niehaus on 2nd and 9. He turns the corner and driven out of bounds, and then the defensive tackle again. Lance Williams tracking him down from about 20 yards behind the play as this one gets down to the 23-yard line for the Bobcats. Another superb run by Niehaus.
And you see what the Cats are doing is like we will feed a healthy amount to England, and once he gets bottled up a little bit, just keep that and go. As you see Jamison Niehaus just rumbling down. He's got 48 yards on 2 carries. Tyler England has 46 on 5 carries.
So an 18-yard gain for the Bobcats gets him to the 23. Niehaus already with that 30-yard touchdown rush. Keeps it again. Now he'll pitch it to Declan Green. Try to get around the corner, but nowhere to go. And that's a good, sure tackle coming up out of his linebacker spot. Jamel Helliman in there to make the tackle. Only 2 tackles coming into the game for Helliman, but that was a good wrap-up right there to stop the Bobcats in the backfield for a 2-yard loss.
It looked like Declan did not get enough out on that pitch. It looked like he was almost in Niehaus's back pocket. And this is where the Bobcats struggle. If you can get them behind the sticks and second down where they run it pretty predominantly, you get them out of the flow of what they want to do.
Bobcats will go to the air for the first time tonight on 2nd and 12. Kyle Smith wide open, catches it. His first touchdown reception of the season. It is a 25-yard strike for the Cats to take back the lead, 13-7.
or you get them behind the sticks and you allow them to do exactly what Kyle Smith wants them to do, throw the football. Number 7 gets his first touchdown of the year. Just a great job by Niehaus, putting it right on the money. We talked about it last night. He said he missed a couple throws at East, and it's just because he got a little too hyped up. He had wide open guys, but he put a little bit too much on it. There he puts just enough on it. Cats are rolling offensively.
62-yard drive. The PAT is good for Aaron Zambrano, and it makes it 14-7. Niehaus hooking up with Kyle Smith, the senior, with his first touchdown of the season, a 25-yard strike. This is Bobcat football on KFJB-TV.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Bobcats strike for 6 and match Des Moines East. A 65-yard drive, and now the Bobcats with a 62-yard drive. They answer East first score of the night, and Kyle Smith with a beautiful turnaround to catch the ball from his quarterback, Jamison Niehaus, his third passing touchdown of the year. This is an offense where they suck you in with the run and take the top off the defense.
Well, I always think, one of the best wide receivers in NFL history, Megatron Calvin Johnson, played in this offense at Georgia Tech. He was maybe the best wide receiver in college football, and they threw the ball 8 times a game.
And he caught 7 of them.
Yes.
Fumbled at the 20. Bobcats scrambling around on the kickoff return as Pies was trying to come up with it, but it looks like the Scarlets are going to recover it and keep the ball at the 20-yard line, as that's where they will start their second drive of the game. What did you see that you thought they were able to kind of attack in that secondary for the Bobcats as they were able to team up with Braden Johnson and Amonte Johnson on that last drive?
It's really, as the late press by the cornerbacks, they will clear out the cornerbacks on the outside to bring a man underneath, and they're just able to get it into rhythm, and the linebackers are trailing on it, and they're just getting a running head start when they're getting the football in their hands.
3 wide receivers for Des Moines East split out, 2 to the bottom side of the formation for Johnson. Late handoff as Sykes gets it, and he'll run it off of left guard for a pickup of 4 yards on first down.
You look at that, that's a good start for them offensively. They're averaging just over 3 yards a carry. But if you're able to get yourself in 2nd and 6, because even in the drive where that resulted in a touchdown, they were second in double digits a couple different times on that drive. So to be able to get it in rhythm and be able to have everything in your bag, you could run it again, you could throw it, you really have everything at your disposal.
Bobcats showed pressure but backed it off. Now a run out to the far side of the field by Jeremy Pies, who had the touchdown run for Des Moines East. He was able to fight for a few extra yards, and it's going to bring up a short 3rd down and a long 1.
And this is, where do you go? What do you do? This is the opportunity. If you want to take a shot, they tried with that first play to do something. I think this is a time, if you had the guts to go for it, this might be one here. Or a quarterback run may also be something as well, almost like a quarterback draw.
Monty Johnson will drop back to pass. Quick pass, and he's looking for the tight end, Malik Williams, but kind of throws it behind him. He had to reach back. It's incomplete, bringing up 4th and 1. Do you think that's a play where they know they're going to go for it on 4th and 1, even if they didn't get it?
They must, because this is a pretty gutsy call here. Going for it. I remember last year against Ames, early in that ball game, they elected to go inside their own 30 and turned it over, and the Cats went up 3 scores.
Well, they're going to go for it on 4th down and 1. Johnson, for the first time tonight, underneath center. Bobcats showing some pressure. He's going to sneak for it, and he'll push the pile ahead. And that looks like it's going to be enough for a first down, just over the 30 to the 31-yard line. And it is just enough, a 2-yard gain for Des Moines East.
And you look at Amonte Johnson, he's 6'1", but he is 200 pounds. You know, it reminds us a little bit last year with that cat claw and Jacob Hayes, you know, sitting at 6'2", is you feel pretty good when you've got a larger quarterback back there that you can get a yard whenever you need it. But gutsy call already.
Yeah. Robbie Sykes, the running back, lines up to the right of his quarterback, and Johnson with 3 wide receivers split out all to the near side. And it looked like somebody got going a little bit too early for Des Moines East, as this will be a false start and back up the Scarlets 5 yards.
And this is where the Cats need to capitalize. They got that penalty early in the last drive only to commit their own penalty in the dead ball. So took a positive and made it a negative. This is where you get that 1st and 15. You want to see, can you keep it, you know, 2nd and 13? Can you keep it 2nd and 12? Not give up a big chunk play.
Trips to the near side again for Johnson. He's going to load up and pass. He's got Johnson over the top of Kyle Smith. And they push him out just shy of a first down at the 40-yard line. It will be 3rd down and 1 for Des Moines East after the penalty.
And you see there with that multiple wide receivers on the outside and making different route tree, you make a decision where 3 separate people go to the up receiver with Kyle Smith going to the wide receiver underneath. Niehaus flowing that way, Wilder flowing that way. They just threw it right over top of him.
It'll be 2nd down, actually. Robbie Sykes lines up to the right of his quarterback on 2nd down and 1. They'll hand it off to him. Big seam off left guard, and he's over the 50 before he's finally brought down by Logan Hoffman. So a chain mover right there for Robbie Sykes, who has 101 yards of rushing on the season through 3 games for Des Moines East as he gets them into Bobcat territory.
And you look at Talon Halstead's side of the line. They come with a run blitz there, and
he just kind of got collapsed down. Yeah,
Declan Green got picked up, and it made it wide open. No linebacker there to stop him.
1st and 10, low snap, picks it up, hands it off to Sykes, and he is driven down hard as in there to make the tackle for the Bobcats. It is Austin Odom.
You look there, you look at J.J. Schoenfelder got in there.
I thought it was 56, but it was Xavier Verdinez, number 55.
You get Schoenfelder clean him up, but Verdinez was able to take 2, body slam him to the ground.
2nd and 9 now for the Scarlets. We approach our final seconds of this first quarter of play. Low snap, and it looks like another false start. Looked like it was actually Sykes, the running back, got going a little bit too early as he was getting out to, I believe they were going to pitch it to Braden Johnson, the wide receiver, in motion right there and try to get to the far side of the field.
Yeah, and that's where you get a lot of movement east to west. Your rhythm has to be on.
Yeah, he was kind of leaning a little bit there. I think that's what it was on Sykes, the running back.
And, of course, you can't have 2 people in motion at the same time.
So 2nd down and 14 after the penalty. And it looks like we're going to have a timeout by the Bobcats before we set up 2nd down and 14 and before the first quarter comes to an end here tonight. As let's get a scoreboard update here this evening, all brought to you by Central State Bank. Discover what Central State Bank can do for you. Locations in Ames State Center and in West Des Moines.
So as we're looking out here looking for some scores, Iowa City West up on Bettendorf 7-0. Indianola Newton tied at 7, and Wapsie Valley is up over Midland 20-0. And if those of you out, if you're looking also at the East Marshall score, and you're looking at West Marshall score, feel free to text us, as it looks like, I believe, Rutgers is up 14-7 on the Hawks.
We're TV only tonight, as that game is airing over on our AM airwaves.
And I have one update. East Marshall and number 8 Makokata Valley tied at 0 at the end of one.
14-7, Bobcats leading up on the Marshalltown Hy-Vee scoreboard out of the timeout. 34 seconds to go in this opening quarter at Duke Williams Stadium. A delay handoff to Sykes. Boy, he was high-stepping over a few defenders, including J.J. Schoenfelder, who was laying down on the ground. And he's up to the 41-yard line. So 3rd down and 4 yards to go for East.
And you just see here it comes as the Cats just get them in that 2nd and long, but have really struggled. Hinkle gets kicked out. Schoenfelder comes too far down.
So a shifty 8-yard gain for Des Moines East sets up 3rd and 4 when we come back for the second quarter. Bobcats leading 14-7 after 1 in the Des Moines Metro.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place for fun.
Welcome back on a football Friday night on KFJB-TV. 14-7, Bobcats leading up on the Marshalltown Hy-Vee scoreboard. Bobcats offensively looking tough for East to score here tonight, but meanwhile, on the other side, defense right now really struggling to shut down the run game. 51 yards of rushing in that first quarter for Des Moines East.
And it's because East has been effectively able to spread them out sideline to sideline. And with that 3-4 line, they're just blowing holes wide open.
3rd and 4 for Johnson. Late handoff to Sykes, and he'll plow ahead for a gain of 1 as he had to evade a bunch of Bobcat tacklers. Nice job by Zach Wilder to kind of get in there initially and force Sykes to take a different route. So 4th and 3. This drive started at the 20. They're now in Bobcat territory at the 40-yard line. They're looking aggressive here on 4th down.
They're already 1 for 1 on 4th down on this drive. They got it at their own 29. The quarterback sneak, just a big 6'1", 200-pound kid, able to make it easily. Now it's a little bit longer. Are they going to go to that quick out to Williams that they tried earlier in the drive, or are they going back to the ground?
4th and 3 for the Scarlets. Johnson passes to the near side as it is caught by Braden Johnson, and that's going to be a first down over the 35 to the 34-yard line. And his favorite target already hooked up now 3 times in the game.
Yeah, you look at Braden Johnson, just a quick little route, just sat down in front of Niehaus, able to easily get that.
A pickup of 6 yards to move the chains on 4th down. They'll break the huddle with 3 wide receivers.
And with all those short passes, if you will see the Bobcats get more aggressive in that back 7 or back 8, that's when you may see a double move to throw it over top.
Fake the handoff to Jeremy Pies. Quick swing out to Johnson near side, but a good wrap-up tackle by the Bobcat linebacker, Jamison Niehaus, and that is going to be a loss of 1 yard. Looked like they were going to mark him back at the 35, but they'll give him the 34, the initial line of scrimmage, 2nd and 10.
And Kyle Smith was the first one out there, kind of got blocked right past him, but was able to grab him with a hand, and then Niehaus does a good job of wrapping him up. That's what we talk about when tackling in space, is get low, stop those legs from being able to drive.
2 wide receivers. And they pass over the middle of the field of the tight end, runs over a Bobcat and down inside the red zone as Malik Williams hauls it in. And I believe that was Drake Gersmu trying to come up and make the tackle and not able to. It's down to the 60-yard line. Big gain through the air as we see here on KFJB-TV as Johnson delivered.
A little play action off the jet sweep to a tight end seam, and number 88, we talked about him in the pregame. He's the one that makes me a little nervous because that is a large man running down between the hash marks.
2 wide receivers to the near side of the formation. As Pies is the back. And he'll scamper ahead and driven down. Verdinez with a nice tackle at the 5. He'll set up 2nd and goal.
And really the down for East right now that's been so damaging for the Cats is not first down, not third down, it's second down. And as second down comes up, they've been able to make big plays to get them in third and short opportunities.
Again, this drive starting at the 20-yard line. Now down to the 5 in Bobcat territory for Johnson. Pie stands to his right. He'll fake the handoff, drops back, pressure in his face, fumbles the ball. Ignacio Macias covers it up at the 10, and the Bobcats have it, but it was Jackson Hinkle with the initial pressure, and that got Johnson all fumbling right there, and the Bobcats force a turnover, much needed as it looked to be East going in to tie this game up.
That is the light shone on the Bobcats there. Great pressure to get him out, and he just left the football. Hinkle was able to either distract him or get just a piece of the football to knock it loose. Cats lucky and are able to avoid the bullet. You can call it lucky or you can say they made a play. Either way, it's Cats football with 90 yards in front of them. See if he got a piece of it. No, it just dropped the football.
I think it kind of hit his hip as he was trying to get situated and find somebody out there for an open play. So 8:58 second quarter, Bobcats take over. And the end around to Smitherman will net a few yards, a gain of 4 on first.
That's kind of a sigh of relief if you're the Cats. Man alive, you have struggled to stop East's offense. They've been able to mix it up so well through the air and on the ground. But now you're back on the side of the football where the Cats have had really no issues.
So they go 75 yards and come up empty for Des Moines East. That's a little deflating early on in this one.
Especially when you're sitting at, 1 and 2. You played Roosevelt really tight. You ended up losing late to that, gave up 42 points. But now you're looking to stay in this ball game with the Cats.
Gaston Ferris gets a handoff off the left side of the line, and he's going to move the sticks. So a nice gain of 7 yards to move the chains for Gaston Ferris coming into this one for the Bobcats. Got a few carries last week, 4 rushes for 22 yards.
And a couple years ago when Jamison Poe was running back there over in Ames, a very short runner, it was hard to pick him up. And there you look at him able to come through there and just sneak through that big line.
Kyle Smith got a touchdown for the Bobcats on the last drive. He's split out to the far side of the field. Coming out of the slot, it's England this time. He's up to the 20. And driven back as he does get back to the line of scrimmage at the 21.
And that's a great job by East because England's predominantly played the B-back, and he himself said, I love the slot because it's a little bit more of a surprise when I get the football. East was not surprised by that move. One of the things you can tell a lot in this football game that East has watched film. They look very prepared for what the Cats like to do. They haven't always been able to stop it, but as far as being prepared for what the Cats want to do, I think East has done a nice job of scouting that.
Bobcats go 2 wide on 2nd down and 10. Here goes Niehaus around the left edge, and he'll fly ahead for a first down at the 39-yard line. Finally brought down late. As coming up is Trey Parker, the linebacker, to make the tackle, but again, so deadly around the corner. Niehaus has got the speed to burn you, but also, he's got a really good fake, in my opinion. Yep. I mean, that's part of this offense is not only can you run it effectively, but can you fake that handoff and make the other team think that you gave it to your B-back?
Yeah, he was blown up right away, and it looked like the tackle thought he gave it away, but he was able to readjust himself, get his feet about him, and just go up the sideline. Niehaus, when in doubt, call your own number. 3 carries, 66 yards, 22 yards a pop is not a bad day at the office.
With timeout on the field. And the Bobcats will take the timeout with 6:11 to go in the second quarter. You're watching Bobcat football on KFJB-TV.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
Back in the capital of Iowa. Great to be in Des Moines here tonight. Bobcats looking to take a 2-score lead on this drive.
Yeah, this is a big one. That turnover, can you flip it into points? Cats so far 122 yards on the ground, but they got that big 25-yard receiving touchdown from senior Kyle Smith as Niehaus 1-1 in the air, 25 yards of TD, 3 carries on the ground, including a touchdown for 66 yards.
Bobcats have taken 2 of their timeouts in this first half. Scarlets still have all 3 timeouts remaining. 1st and 10 after the big Niehaus run for the first down of 18 yards. Pitch out a little bit high for England as he brings it in, trying to turn the corner, and he will around the 50, breaks through a tackle and over down to the 41-yard line before he's finally ridden out of bounds as taking the tackle Jordan Lee for that defensive back. And boy, that is another nice solid run for Tyler England, who's looked pretty good. A 20-yard gain right there on 1st and 10.
And you're going to get tired by the end of next year hearing us talk about Tyler England, but just what he does, the fact that he is able to catch that football, shows the hands, then gets to the speed to the outside, absorbs a hit, able to hang on to the football and finish that run.
I like how he protected that ball at the end of that play.
And he's now at 66 yards.
Gaston Ferris is the B-back. They're going to give it to him. Off a left tackle. Tries to fight through a few tackles. Not able to do so as he'll only pick up a yard going off the left side of that offensive line as Brian Schillinger, the middle linebacker, ready to flow in there.
And noticing that Jacob Hayes is in on that last snap. What does that mean? It seems Jamison looked okay out there, but right now it's Jacob Hayes in there. And again, Coach talked about that a lot. It's nice to have 2 people that know how to run the offense.
Yeah, that is for sure. I saw his helmet was off right away when the Bobcats called that timeout, so I wasn't sure if his helmet did come off on that 18-yard run.
And he's standing on the sideline, looks good to go whenever.
Hayes is going to pass, but he's got pressure, and he's covered up for the sack, getting in off of defensive end. Ivan Gazeta, as he makes his first sack of the year. This is a team that only had 1 sack coming into the night, but Quesada was able to get the play, and right off the gate here, didn't get picked up by that tight end in Talon Halstead and had a free lane.
And to quote Major League, Talon Halstead went ole. It was wide open out there. He had the cape, but the bull got to the quarterback there. No chance for Jacob Hayes.
Coming up at halftime, it is our halftime report, all powered by Scouting America, Mid-Iowa Council, Adventure On, as we'll take a look at first half highlights and stats and get you a Central State Bank scoreboard updates.
I'm even going to give you an AL West score update that only matters to
myself, 2 people in this booth.
Xavier Does, and our very own Zach Tomish. It's a big Mariners-Astros series this weekend.
It's a big series for my fantasy baseball team. I'm trying to go for 3rd place to win my money back in the league. So
that's always good at the end when you know you're not going to get the cash that you've already spent in your head. To be able to go and make it a clean slate for next year, that's always a big win.
3rd and 15. Niehaus is back in at quarterback now for the Bobcats after Hayes was sacked. Two wide receivers out for the Bobcats, and the Bobcats will go back to the air. They're going to look for Kyle Smith. He's got a little bit of a lead, but it's just off the fingertips at the 10, incomplete. And it will bring up 4th down and 15. That one was almost just right there for Kyle Smith.
Oh, my goodness. He missed him by maybe 2 inches. He gave under pressure, threw up, oh, my goodness.
Oh, man, just right off the fingertips. A great ball by Jamison Niehaus, and great effort right there by Kyle Smith trying to haul that one in as we take a look at that replay, all powered by State Farm, Tyler Pershong Agency, mtownproud.com. Oh, man, you're right, 2 inches, and he might be hauling that in for 6. The punt is fumbled. Aishulongu will cover it up, and that is a big field flipper right there. You were looking to pin East inside their 20, but back at the 42-yard line, it'll set up East with great starting field position.
You had a chance to fully flip the field. It was a great snap, bad handle, and he just could not get it off. Cats still gain a little bit of ground after getting the fumble at the 10. East won't get it, gets it back at the 42, but Cats missed a couple big opportunities there. About 2 inches away from a touchdown, and then couldn't get the handle and lose 8 on the punt attempt.
Aishulongu averaging 38 yards a punt, so you definitely did feel like it was going to flip the field for you. And now they'll start at the 42-yard line in Bobcat territory as Johnson goes back to pass over the middle of the field. He finds Johnson at the 15, but Braden Johnson drops it. It's incomplete, and it will be 2nd and 10.
And that really was where they looked to throw it, but Johnson had to angle back on that, and it ricocheted off his shoulder pads. Looks right off his chest there, and it looked like Johnson was waiting for impact there with Niehaus, and he kind of short-armed it.
Yeah, I was going to say good pressure by Niehaus, the linebacker, getting in there on the quarterback. As you see him kind of pull up there at the last second, but enough to disrupt that. Maybe didn't get everything he wanted on it. Going to hand it off. Stretch play to the near side. Sykes. Smitherman will bring him down short of the 1st down marker. 3rd down and short. But a good run for Sykes. We've seen him and Pies kind of split the load here tonight as we are under 4.5 minutes to go in the second quarter.
And it looked like Smitherman did a nice job there of coming up and making the tackle, getting off his block. But they find themselves again in 3rd and short after a big pickup on 2nd down.
Sykes will stay in there at running back on 3rd and 1. Bobcats show blitz, handed off to Sykes. He comes near side again, and he'll get past Aiden Smitherman and J.J. Schoenfelder to move the chains down to the 26. So 4-yard gain right here as we look at the replay.
Yeah, they've done a nice job of turning inside the linemen. The linebackers are right there, unable to make that play, though.
Monty Johnson fumbled on the last drive for East at the 10-yard line. Bobcats got it back, but then bad hold and couldn't get the punt away. So starting at the 42-yard line, now Pies gets it, comes to the far side of the field, and around the edge he'll get near the 1st down marker. As coming up is Logan Hoffman to make the tackle for the Bobcats.
I believe that was Cohen Davis there with the block on Smitherman that was allowed him to bounce out to the outside and pick up 8 yards on 1st down. What we thought, they could not run the ball. They were at 3.2 yards per carry. Really, it's been all running the football. They don't have a touchdown here in this quarter yet to show for it, but they are moving the football at will.
2 wide receivers to the near side for Johnson. In the shotgun, he'll hand it off to Braden Johnson as the wide receiver switches to running back, and he'll get the 1st down carry down to the 12-yard line. He's kind of their gadget player. He moves all over the place for that Scarlet offense.
Yeah, you want, when you have electric players, you want the ball to be in the hands of an electric player. And they now are looking really measurable. They're 78 on the ground, 85 in the air.
Yeah. It's a team that averages just 86 rushing yards a game, and we're not even to halftime, and they're almost there. Low snap. Johnson brings it up, hands it off late. And it is Johnson again. A late flag flies in. Could be a face mask penalty, but it looks like it's a 12-yard rumble for a touchdown for the East Scarlets as the officials will get together for the call. But there Johnson again, the wide receiver lining up in the backfield.
I thought they got a hand high, which made me think it was a face mask. But we'll see.
They're asking the East sideline what they want.
Yeah.
So the touchdown will count. Face mask is the penalty on the Bobcats. And we're a PAT away from this being tied up with just 2:14 to go before halftime.
Yeah, if you're Coach Duncan Furch, you've had a couple weeks of not being able to stop anybody. And that has been a real issue, really the biggest thing. And now they're trying to run Malik Williams on, running him off. He's just doing calisthenics there for the fun of it.
Cruz will put through the PAT, and we are tied at 14 with 2:14 to go second quarter. 12-yard run for the touchdown by Braden Johnson. Locks it up between the Cats and the Scarlets.
In Iowa, we are fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to get involved in at our schools.
Athletics and activities have so many positive effects. From learning how to build relationships and healthy lifestyles,
and gain self-esteem and confidence.
Make participation a priority. You and your school will benefit.
Aishingalungu, the punter for the Bobcats, fumbled the snap, and it gave East the ball at the 42-yard line. Short field to drive. They go 42 yards in a 12-yard touchdown run by Braden Johnson. That's his first rushing touchdown of the season. We're locked up at 14 now. That's key mistakes in key spots on the field, making the big difference here tonight.
And I think you're starting to see, Coach talked about the rhythm. You talked about the size of that offensive line. It feels like they've gotten some rhythm. And with that 3-4, you're putting your trust in the speed and the read of the linebacking core to be able to pick it up and tackle in the run game. So far, that has not happened.
Kickoff all powered by Century 21, Marshalltown's #1 home team. And after the personal foul face mask, Cruz will kick it away at the 45-yard line in Bobcat territory. And he will back up Smitherman into the end zone. And that will be the first touchback of the season for Cruz. Sure he likes that for his stats, Stillen.
Yeah, you always love it when you're forced to have to kick it up short both times. Now you get a nice little touchback. Nobody knows where you started from.
Bobcats will set up shop at the 20-yard line.
So you've got 2 minutes, 13 seconds left. East gets the ball to start the second half. With the Cats, they've been effective on the ground. I think you can still run the football here.
Yep.
We have 2 timeouts, I believe.
Just one.
Just one. We have 1 timeout left to go, so you can run it a little bit as long as you are quick to the line.
And it looked like the left side of that offensive line got moving a little bit early. It's going to bring up 1st and 15 for the offense. Penalties last 2 weeks. That's been kind of the name of the game. There was, I believe it was 6 offside last week against Mason City, and those are just not the things that are going to help you win football games.
No, not at all, and especially getting behind the sticks. And this is where, they've had a couple pass attempts. One ended up in a sack, but the 2 pass attempts, they had Kyle Smith on both of them. They were just off by a scotch in that last one. See if they go to the air.
So 1st and 15 now for the Bobcats on their own side of the field. Hand off to England, but flags fly and whistles blow as the play gets started. Ball start again on the Bobcats.
They're going in the wrong direction, and with the way the defense is playing right now, if you punt it to East, you might give them an opportunity to score right before the half and coming out of the half. Where is?
I'm not sure if it was.
It's on the left.
Was it
left
Hinkle pulling? Oh, the left tight end. So Hayes over there.
No, it was actually in the slot on that side. Was moving forward. Is that Aiden Smitherman or Declan Green, I believe?
So 1st and 20 now for the Bobcats. Backed up to their own 10-yard line. Fake the handoff, pitch it to Gersma. He's got a big seam. Good blocking upfield by his wide receiver, Zane Moore, over the 30 and dropped at the 31-yard line. So a good seam and a good pitch by Niehaus. And that's going to be a 1st down gain right there by Drake Gersma.
And a great job. And, of course, you see Drake just coming around using that speed but also the vision and just gliding and getting through. Haven't seen him a lot in the backfield so far this year, but does a nice job there. And the clock stops to reset. Now it's run again, but you do get that initial clock stoppage on a first down.
3 rushes for just 4 yards last week for Gersma. Late pitch out to Smitherman, spins out of a tackle and falls ahead for a few yards. 90 seconds to go before halftime.
And this is where you got to be a little bit quicker. As you see here, it's just, and that, the option play seems like a simple run play, but you're putting a lot of trust in your quarterback to be able to put that pitch on the money. But we've had 25 seconds wasted as we're getting set up. It's going to end up being 30 seconds in between plays.
Late pitch out to Gersma, spins off a tackle. He'll end up only picking up 2 yards to the 39-yard line of the Bobcats with 51 seconds remaining before halftime. We'll take a late timeout here. They're last of the first half.
And I think that was the right call. You look there as they were just stuck. You got to get the clock from ticking more. This is where you look at Zambrano as well. Does have a 43-yard field goal. The conditions here are perfect.
Yeah.
You've got that turf field. It's not windy. It's gonna be perfect there. And you look there, just a great play by number 7 of Trayshawn Parker to be able to blow that up. Cats 51 seconds left to go here.
Scarlets do get the ball to begin the second half, so I think that's obviously kind of your urge to try to get some sort of a score here before halftime.
And the issue has not been moving the football. The Cats have been able to move it, and they haven't had to do it in any risky way.
England will line up at B-back now for the Bobcats with Niehaus underneath center. Kyle Smith split out near side of the formation. And he'll drop back to pass. Pressure in his face. Niehaus will be dropped back at the 35-yard line. It's a loss of 4 that will bring up 4th down, and now East will take a timeout with 42 seconds to go before halftime. And they've gone for it a few times on 4th down. They're going to be aggressive with the remaining time here.
Cats tackles have really struggled. Xavier Verdinia's right there, just went right around him. And that's where you're going for that pass play as you get Jacob Hayes going out in the route. But if your tackles are unable to match up there.
Yeah, it was good pressure by Ivan Quesada, the defensive end, who was the first to get that pressure on Niehaus in the backfield.
Yeah, Verdinia's just wasn't fast enough out of set and just got ran by.
So special teams unit will have to come back out onto the field. This was the Bobcats' just 4th drive of the first half. We saw about 17 drives in the first half of that Waterloo East game.
Well, it's one of those. Each drive by both teams have been sustained drives.
Yep.
They've been multiple plays.
Bobcats are going to go for it. Aggressive call on their own side of the field at the 36-yard line, and they get East to jump offside on 4th and 5. It looks like it's going to – it actually looks like more like 4th and 5.5, so it might not be an automatic first down here, but it is going to be either 4th and short or a first down, and it will be a first down.
Cameron Williams, the junior, just got a little too excited, knew it right away that he had messed up as he comes to the sideline there. That's a gift from above for the Cats. As you see there, just that motion, and not sure what he was looking at. I think it was just excitement.
Helpless feeling for Williams right there.
Yeah.
Bobcats will drop back to pass with Niehaus has the ball knocked out of his hands. East has it inside the 30, is coming up and making the fumble recovery. D'Angelo Parker, the junior linebacker, recovers it, and East has 36 seconds to work with.
And the issue is the Cats are looking to throw a little bit more, but there is right now.
And it's Quesada again there in the backfield.
Quesada is feasting, and you can't even get a 2-step drop. This is not a long hold on to the football situation. He is just owning his part of the line.
Johnson drops back to pass, rolls out to the far side of the field as he still has timeouts in this first half and driven down hard. Good tackle. Coming up there and making the play, Jamison Niehaus.
And they tackled him in bounds, and there's no timeout called. Looking at Cruz's leg, it looks like they will have an opportunity to kick it.
10 seconds to go in this first half as Johnson calls for the ball, looks to pass. Looking. Time's running out. 5 seconds in the first half. And an interception dropped by the Bobcats. Reading the play was Jamison Niehaus trying to get the ball back, and he kicked the ball. And surprised there wasn't a flag that flew for a delay of the game with just 1 second to go here before halftime. And they're going to bring out the special teams unit.
And the big thing on that is Niehaus, because of just the nature of who was back, he could have run, I think, for a long time. At just that one, I almost didn't know if they were going to get a kick opportunity because Johnson was holding the football.
Long time he was dropping back there and looking around.
It's going to be 40 yards, it looks like, 41.
Yep, 41-yard field goal attempt by Cruz with 1 second to go before halftime. Good hole, but the kick is a line drive, no good, well short, and that's how we will end the first half. All locked up at 14 apiece. Miscues and turnovers here tonight for the Bobcats. That has the Scarlets hanging around here in the first half. 14-all as we head to our halftime report coming up. This is Bobcat Football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown. With their extensive inventory, you're sure to make a winning selection when you shop McGregor's for your bedroom, living room, and dining room furnishings. McGregor's has the right play for every room in your home. McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is proud to be your locally owned and operated furniture store since 1896 and very proud to support Bobcat Athletics again this season. McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, downtown Marshalltown, open 7 days a week.
From preschool to graduation day, Marshalltown Community School District prepares students for success in a global world. Embrace the lead with curriculum that prepares students for tomorrow's challenges, giving your child unmatched college and career advantages. Embrace the lead by developing talents beyond the classroom through extracurricular opportunities and by focusing on student well-being and whole child development. Create a global learning community right here in Marshalltown. Learn more at marshalltown.k12.ia.us.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
The Halftime Report, powered by Scouting America. Adventure on.
Well, the first half kind of marred by some miscues and turnovers by the Bobcats. Bobcats had an opportunity to maybe take the lead before halftime, but a fumble by Niehaus set up Des Moines East with a field goal opportunity. A lot of shoulda, woulda, coulda. We've said that a couple of times this year for the Bobcat offense and being able to capitalize on some opportunities.
Yeah, you see right here, it's just the offensive line just is being decimated by East pass rush. That has really blown up some things. They haven't done a great job of defending on the backside of the pass in the few attempts, but you don't have to defend on the backside if you don't let the quarterback get the ball out.
Yeah, that is for sure. Well, that first half of action started off really well for the Bobcats. They go on a 55-yard drive to open up the game with 9:41 in the first quarter, with a touchdown run of 30 yards by Jamison Niehaus to take the lead 7-0. It was just great blocking downfield. You mentioned it, kind of the wide receivers doing a good job on that drive.
Yeah, Declan Green cleared that one out to allow Niehaus to go in untouched. They looked like they got into a rhythm. It looked like Tyler England was getting whatever he wanted, and when they came close to stopping him, that's when Niehaus would call his own number.
Yeah.
In that second quarter, when it bogged down a little bit, they just lost their mojo, lost their rhythm.
East would answer back with a 3-minute and 10-second drive. They go 65 yards down the field as the first rushing touchdown of the season for Jeremy Pies as he rumbles in from 6 yards out. That was a really good answer early on in this one. You were wondering how East would start out. I believe they went for it on a fourth down on that drive. I know they went for it on another drive, their second drive of the night, but this has been an aggressive team here tonight. That was a drive where they hit Johnson a couple times early on to get those two going.
And they were ones they don't run to pass. They were able to pass to run, and that rushing touchdown would kind of be an omen of what was to come.
Yeah. Bobcats would go back and forth as they would strike just over 2 minutes later as the Bobcats would take the lead 14-7 with a 25-yard touchdown pass from Jamison Niehaus to Kyle Smith, making his first touchdown reception of the season.
And he was just able, they had ran the ball so effectively that he got behind the safety, Jordan Lee, and was able to just go up like for a rebound and haul it in.
Take another look at that touchdown to Kyle Smith. East, how would they counter? They started at their own 20-yard line and would drive down 75 yards and end up fumbling at the 5-yard line as Ignacio Macias came up with a fumble recovery as Jackson Hinkle got on the quarterback Johnson, and then he just loses the football, and Ignacio Macias with his first fumble recovery of the season.
Yeah, it really was that Cats got lucky there because Hinkle was able to get some pressure to get him out running on the edge, and then he just dropped the football looking for a receiver in the back of the end zone. Cats were right there.
Yeah, Bobcats would drive down the field just a little ways, end up having to punt it on fourth down, and innocent Ashungulungu fumbled the exchange, as we see here on KFJB-TV, and that would set up East at the 42-yard line, and they would punch in their second touchdown of the night as their gadget player, Braden Johnson, the wide receiver, went into the backfield, took it in from 12 yards out to tie us up at 14 apiece with 2:14 to go before halftime. Bobcats got an opportunity to go down the field on their last drive of the first half, but some miscues. Some time was really running off the clock, and then Niehaus, as we mentioned, fumbled the ball away. It set up a 41-yard field goal right before halftime that Cruz was not able to knock through, and that's how we stand at 14-all at half.
Yeah, you look at the Bobcats' offensive line has done a nice job blocking with their movement that they do up front on the run game. On the pass game, it's been a big struggle, especially there on the ends of just crashing by East.
You're watching halftime coverage powered by Scouting America Mid-Iowa Council. Adventure on.
I didn't really have much growing up, but I did have a mom, and she gave me a strong foundation. She signed me up for Scouts. I quickly fell in love with the outdoors. Showed me how to take responsibility, how to work with other people, and how to become a leader. That made me a better athlete on the field. Scouting made me the man I am today.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is powered by Lennox Employees Credit Union, LennoxECU.com, Marshalltown Area Chamber, meetinmarshalltown.com, Marshalltown Community College, a step in the right direction, and the Marshalltown School District. Embrace the lead.
Time for a Central State Bank scoreboard update. Dylan.
Well, we talked about East Marshall and Maquoketa Valley early in the pregame. East Marshall up at half, 3-0 over Maquoketa Valley. That again, Maquoketa Valley, number 8 in Class 1A. Sergeant Bluff, Luton, 14-7 over Glenwood. For all you Glenwood fans out there, you need a touchdown.
Glenwood Cadets, I believe, right?
No one will fact check you on this broadcast, buddy. Bondurant over ADM, 21-0. Clarinda over Sheridan, 7-0. I did promise you AL West matchup. Your Seattle Mariners 2. The dark side, Astros of Houston, 0. Hawks, Scarlet Knights, 21-all, 8 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Scoreboard update, all brought to you by Central State Bank, locations in Ames State Center and in West Des Moines. This is halftime coverage on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Halftime Report, powered by Scouting America. Adventure on.
Time to dive in. Our first half stats, all presented by Kent's Transmission of Marshalltown. Bobcats, despite the miscues, are running the ball effective.
Yeah, the Cats have 164 yards on the ground, led by Tyler England, 66 yards on 7 carries. Jamison Niehaus has 63 on 4 carries. Drake Gersma also has 23. 25 through the air. Niehaus 1 of 2 in the air. 25-yard touchdown strike to Kyle Smith. Jamison Niehaus did have a fumble late on the sack. Flip it to the other side, 180 yards of total offense. Not only is the score close, so's the offensive production. But the Scarlets have done a great job of mixing it up. 95 yards on the ground. This is well over their season average of 85 yards. And leading them on the ground is Robbie Sykes. He has 43 yards on 7 carries. Amonte Johnson is 7 of 10 through the air for 85 yards. His favorite target, Braden Johnson, he has 5 catches for 45 yards. 48 yards, all that to be 180 total yards of offense, equaling 14 points for East, 186 total yards of offense for the Bobcats, equaling 14 points.
All right, adjustments in the second half. Outside of cleaning up some of those miscues and things like that. It really seems like stopping number 44. We've called his name Quesada quite a bit. Ivan Quesada is sack. He was in there on that fumble play as well. I mean, disrupting that left side of the offensive line.
The thing that you're going to do is I'm willing to go with one less man out in a route, and I keep Jacob Hayes in to chip on that side because Verdinius just isn't touching. He's too fast off the block. If Hayes is able to get a chip, you give that extra second to Niehaus, he'll be able to execute down the field. And then flip it on the defensive side. They are just allowing Scarlets to bounce to the outside. They're not getting destroyed really in between the tackles. It's when they go to the edges. The Cats have got to find that linebacking core to get off of blocks, get up the field, and get tackles.
That is our halftime stats and adjustments, all presented by Ken's Transmission, your family-owned transmission experts. This is Bobcat Football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
Have you ever seen what it takes to fix a transmission? It takes a lot of patience, a lot of experience, and a whole lot of talent. At Ken's Transmission, they have all the above. Family owned and operated with over 62 years of experience in all areas of transmission, keeping your vehicle shifting smoothly and routine maintenance, repair and replacement, including automatic and manual. For reputable service you can trust, Ken's Transmission. Ken's Transmission at 306 East Anson Street in Marshalltown is a proud sponsor of the Marshalltown Bobcats.
Refinance your auto loan with Members First Community Credit Union. For a limited time, refinance your auto loan from another lender and receive 1% cash back up to $500. Scan the QR code to apply online. Call us or visit a Members First branch.
Homecoming for the Des Moines East Scarlets. We're all tied at 14 apiece on the Marshalltown Hy-Vee scoreboard. Dylan, you were gone last week. You were watching from Central Washington. You're back safe with us. It's great to have you back. But how was the trip, by the way?
It was great. I got to officiate a wedding.
Who gets married in the fall, though? These must not be college football fans.
No, they are not. No, they were not, but it was nice enough. It was actually done by Kickoff for me, so I got to watch the Hawks. But no, you feel old when you officiate a wedding of someone you met when they were 7 years old.
Oh, wow.
And he was not a child bride. He is well into his 20s. Got to preach at the church we used to pastor out there. Got to hang out with friends, go to the mountains. I got to do hang out with some family, my niece out there. So it was a great time.
That's good. That's good. Glad you came back safe to us.
Yeah, and I'm hoping when I've been in Iowa, Bobcats are 2-0. I'd like to make it 3-0.
How many weddings would you say you've officiated? Because you officiated my wife Krista and I's.
Oh, I would say 25.
Oh, that's it.
25, maybe
I thought it
30.
would have been higher.
Back
to your pastor days and everything.
I only do weddings of people I like. It might be more.
Wow, I feel.
Yeah.
I feel blessed.
I haven't pastored in a few years, and weddings can be stressful because not so much the bride, but the mothers of the brides have ideas. And I'm not all that interested in their ideas, so I only do weddings for people that I like.
By the way, I can attest to that because he gave everybody a pep talk before our wedding about those rules
I'll
that
give
lay.
It right now, I go. We are so thankful that you came today, and this is always in the rehearsal because our rehearsal and our wedding took over 2 hours. And I said that would never happen again. So I bring people together, and I say thank you so much for coming to celebrate Brandon and Krista. The only thing I say, if your name is not Brandon and Krista, I'm happy you're here, but I do not care what you have to say. It is their wedding. And then people laugh because I smile, and then I say we're running through it once, beat for beat, and then we're going to just hit our marks, and then we're going to get out of here. The less we talk, the more we focus. We get to go eat and drink right after this.
And then you scared everybody away. Nobody came to our wedding the next day.
That and an ice storm. That's what happens when you get married on New Year's Eve.
That is true. And
but then nobody can get a hotel with the bad weather because it's New Year's Eve.
We had a great time, though, and we appreciate you. And we love you. for it, by the way.
Oh, well, hopefully you did before that, not just what I can do for you.
It is, yes, for sure. All right, we also love getting into the scoreboard update. We're starting to get some more scores filing in here, and some good games around the state of Iowa in Class 4A. How about Indianola and Newton? Right now, 21-14. Newton is leading right before halftime. Iowa City Liberty, who already knocked off Southeast Polk, they're leading Johnston's leading them in a really good matchup of Johnston's not ranked right now, I don't believe, but
no,
17-14 is the score right there.
Sometimes when you're in the Metro, you can be really good right now and be 0-3.
Yeah,
just by the nature of who you play.
That is for sure. Cedar Falls and Iowa City High, 13-7 right now. Cedar Falls leading that one, but you've got other scores still.
Yeah, looking at Waukee, who we'll see later. Valley is taking it to them, 35-10. You also look at South Hardin up on Eagle Grove, 28-0. Just over in Ankeny. Ankeny, the Hawks over the Jaguars, 9-7. They're up 9-7 there. And then looking out at Dike New Hartford over Olwine, 21-7.
Fort Dodge and Waterloo West scoreless after one quarter of play tonight. They're playing up in the Unidome tonight, and we'll see Waterloo West later this season. I know they've got a big Iowa Hawkeye recruit on their offensive line, but man, they are always such a physical team. The Bobcats will see them in Week 8.
Well, and then you look at their running back. Kid ran, I think he was second place in the 100-meter dash. And his first name's Ben, but quick as a hiccup, as they used to say. He hides behind that large offensive line. The left tackle going to Iowa is a 4-star, really tall, lanky, strong kid. Right next to him is a 360-pound guard. So it's just a road grader that the little back can hide behind and just sprint to open field.
That is a scoreboard update again, all brought to you by Central State Bank. Halftime coverage extended here today for homecoming. Second half is right around the corner. From Duke Williams Stadium in the Des Moines Metro, you're watching Bobcat football on KFJB-TV.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you know you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Week number 4 of the high school football season. Some of the student section traveling here. Be sure to hit the like button and support our broadcast. We appreciate it. And also subscribe to KFJB-TV and turn on those upcoming game notifications so you don't miss any of the action here on KFJB-TV. Well, the Radio Iowa poll out earlier this week, and Waukee Northwest number 1, followed by Iowa City Liberty, which, you know, they got knocked off last year in the playoffs by Southeast Polk. They defeated Southeast Polk earlier this season. That's going to be a really interesting team to keep an eye on as we start district play around much of the state next week.
Well, one of the things I'm interested in is Iowa City, and you and I have talked about it a lot. I'm of the belief there's going to be a Metro school winning the 5A for years to come.
Yep.
So what Iowa City Liberty did against Southeast Polk that's a big deal.
It's a big thing, yeah.
That's a big deal because, honestly, as nobody's been able to touch the Metro, is this the year, as you look at 4 top 10 teams are outside of the Valley. You have Iowa City West, you have Sioux City East, you have Cedar Falls. Will the hardware go elsewhere here this year?
And, of course, Dowling ranked 4th. Bobcats will see them week number 9. And like you mentioned, we saw a really good game, a 9-7 ball game between Ankeny and Ankeny Centennial as number 6 takes on number 9. They're in the Radio Iowa poll here tonight. Well, we're just about ready to get the second half underway. In a few moments from now, we'll take another timeout, and Bobcats will kick off to the Scarlets to begin the second half of play. You're watching Bobcat football live from Duke Williams Stadium in the downtown Metro on KFJB-TV.
Pick up your 2025 Marshalltown Bobcat football roster t-shirt at AdletEngraving24.com. That's AdletEngraving24.com. Or stop by Adlet Engraving and Screen Print, 307 Riverside in Marshalltown. Good luck, Bobcats. Have Van Wyck Wood Builders design and build the storage shed you need. So many different options to choose from. Van Wyck Wood Builders, just 5 miles south of I-80 in Grinnell on Highway 146. Online at VanWyckWoodBuilders.com.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is powered by McGregor's Furniture and Mattress. Quality furniture for every room in your home. Sandvik Enterprises of Marshalltown. Let them deliver for you. Scooters of Marshalltown. Amazing people, amazing drinks. And Sports Plus, SportsPlusTherapy.com.
I'm Brandon Lewis, still in those alongside me. Thanks so much to our KFJB-TV crew here tonight. Zach Tomish, our producer. Keith Stewart roaming the sidelines tonight. Elijah Bond on Cam 1 and Xavier Does with our stats here tonight is Alan Mann. Take a look at him. You got a chance to talk to him last night on Bobcat Live.
Yeah, it was really good. We got to talk about the new approach to strength training at the high school level, unified strength training. So what that means, it's not just going to be weight training for the football team, not just going to be weight training for girls tennis. It's unified in the sense if you're an athlete, you're going to be a part of that weight training. You may do a few different lifts and things, but you'll be able to build that leadership across both gender lines, sports lines, really the movement forward. And I think we'll have big rewards, not just on the field, but in leadership development as well. Because one thing I told him is last night, some of the best leaders we see and get to learn from the student athletes at Marshalltown are not the big sports we cover. It's the tennis players, it's a swimmer, it's these young men and women that may not get play a sport that really is conducive to being on KFJB-TV on Friday night, but definitely have great value in bringing other people up with them. And we might actually get to play the second half here.
Taking a look there at head coach Adam Goodvin in his 9th year for the Bobcats. I know he talked in the pregame chat with me just about resetting into this week, but unfortunately a few things have kind of carried over, and namely the penalties aspect. I feel like if you can just clean up the game here in the second half, things might turn around for the Bobcats, but letting East hang around doesn't make you feel very good because they've got that other guy on the other side in Braden Johnson. Boy, one quick play and he can take it to the house.
And they've been very effective in the pass game all year long. Now you add this wrinkle that they've been very effective on the ground, so now the Bobcats don't know what's coming. They're spread sideline to sideline. And I think Braden Johnson, you see maybe in this first drive or whatever, wouldn't be surprised if they get the ball out to him in space to see if he can do something with it.
Second half kickoff is all powered tonight by Century 21, Marshalltown's #1 home team, the PolyRealEstateTeam.com. Innocent Aishingulungu has it teed up at the 40-yard line, as that is about the longest halftime we've ever experienced, Dylan. We've got 3 homecomings this year in football.
Couple senior nights.
And
a broadcasting appreciation night.
Kickoff is away, fielded down at the 15-yard line, as the running back who had a touchdown in that first half, and Jeremy Pies brings it up the near side. And the East Scarlets will begin this second half with the football at the 31-yard line.
And you see a little bit of a different matchup. You see Hinkle's out there, but you see Gaston Ferris out there right away as well. Otherwise, it's all the same for the Cats.
We've seen defensive coordinator Duncan Furch at some points go to a 4-3
Actually, we're
look.
See Kobe Ruring out there, the freshman.
And off right up the middle, and Sykes will run over a Bobcat as he pushes ahead to the 34-yard line. 5-yard run on first down. But anyway, I was going to mention, do you feel like maybe a switch up to a 4-down lineman right now, or is it just making sure you're filling those gaps in a little bit better execution?
I think you stick with a 3-4 for today, and they really did that early because the thinnest part of this lineup coming in, especially with some kids that weren't eligible, was that defensive line. It's just hard to switch on the fly.
Bobcats will send pressure. Niehaus put a hand up, but it looked like somebody got moving early for Des Moines East. A false start, and that will back him up for 2nd and 10.
You see Kobe Ruring coming out, but that's not a name we've said a whole lot. He's a freshman on the field here. He's in some big minutes right now. That tells me a couple things. Defensively, I do not think that Coach Furch was very happy with certain play from the linebacking core.
Yeah, we did see Ruring week number 1 against Ames, but that was later in the game when it was a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, this is one of those big moments, his first big moments where what he does matters.
Yep.
Hunter Fours is coming back in. We've called his name a couple times early in the year, but they're mixing up these linebackers a lot.
Hand off, sweep it to the near side, and around the corner, Kyle Smith came inside, and Sykes went outside, and it's a first down run for Robbie Sykes, who put together a pretty nice first half as he ran for 48 yards, and now he's up to 61 after that 13-yard gain.
Yeah, Kyle Smith needs to think it's 2020. You got to stay home. You can't go out because it's like you're overrunning the play.
Wow.
There you go.
That was a good one.
Thank you.
Pastor by day, comedian by night. Minute gone in this second half. Quick swing out pass to the near side as it's caught and ridden up the sideline as Jamel Helliman has a nice gain on first down as that will get to the 50-yard line, a gain of 8.
And that's where we're getting beat, I think, a lot on outside stuff is it really comes down to stay home. You look here, just the quick throw almost.
Yeah, Niehaus almost getting a piece of that ball. So 2 yards to go on second down. 2 wide receivers to the near side. Braden Johnson, the tight end. Malik Williams. Sykes, the running back, to the left of his quarterback in Amante Johnson. As he brings Braden Johnson in motion from left to right. Hand off to Pies, the backup running back. He breaks a tackle. He's got a first down, and Logan Hoffman will bring him down at the 42-yard line. Another big run.
Giles Smith had an opportunity there, but he was able to run through the tackle of the sophomore, bounce to the outside where Hoffman was a last line of defense able to bring him down.
Pies with a couple of really sneaky runs. He has 26 yards on 6 carries, including that 6-yard touchdown run in the first quarter. Bring a man in motion, and Helliman, he comes to the near side. And he'll block as they give the sweep. Pies, boy, shifty moves as he gets near the sticks, and the first down to the 30-yard line. It's a 12-yard run on first down.
And they are just absolutely blowing the defensive line off the ball. Linemen are getting to the second level. Linemen are even getting to the third level and don't even have anybody to block, as you saw 66.
Yeah, Jesse
down.
Flores was, a good 15 yards down the field right there with his running back.
And he's only 6 foot 275. Like you said, that size is impressive.
Out of the shotgun for Amante Johnson. Brings Helliman in motion again. And they fake it like they're going to go to him in a design QB run to the near side. Johnson looks like he has the first down as he hits the back of his tight end Malik Williams as he's dropped down to the field, and Malik Williams not getting up right away, and now he'll be helped up, but another big first down run, this time for the quarterback and Johnson on the keeper.
And you're going to see number 70, Jamarian Fenceroy over here, number 70 on the outside, just absolutely planting Zach Wilder. When you're able to get 290 to that second level, you're one-on-one with the linebackers, it is not going to end well. And right now they are just ripping the Bobcats apart.
Claps for the ball and a quick swing out to Johnson. Caught at the 15, makes a cut, dives for the end zone. He's going to come up 1 yard short. It's a 16-yard gain on first down, and the Bobcat defense has no answers on this first drive of the second half for East.
And they're just getting it. They're just receiving whatever East is offering. And it's just a quick, able to get your – that's a hold for one. Number 5 right there got away with the hold because he missed the block and grab. Uncalled, and he gets down to the 1.
Now they're going to put Braden Johnson, their gadget player, in the backfield. And last time he was in this spot, he got a rushing touchdown of 12 yards. They're going to give it to him again. Tries to get outside, but the Bobcats have great pressure. The ball comes out late, and we'll see if the officials do give the ball as Kyle Smith is holding up a hand the other way for the Bobcat defense. And they have it. Turnover. Bobcats force a fumble on first and goal at the 1 yard line. Braden Johnson met a wall of Bobcats on the handoff as we get a look at the State Farm Tyler Pashong Agency replay. But who was that in there? It was Jackson Hinkle who got the first pressure, and the rest of the Bobcats came in there and made the stop. Wow, huge turnover. East was looking to go up 21-14.
And that's where the Cats, though they have not been able to stop East consistently, this is East's second turnover in the red zone. Cats, again, they've been able to effectively move the ball. You see Tyler England back in there. He has not gotten a touch in a little while.
Wow, that's crazy. A 75-yard drive and a 68-yard drive tonight by Des Moines East comes up empty, and now England will run it up the left side as he breaks a tackle. He's up the far sideline, breaks another tackle. He is gone. It is going to be a 95-yard touchdown run for Tyler England. No flags on the field. 6 for number 6. It's a huge run right out of the gate off the turnover.
Wow. You could see that thing coming, got through the line, and if you're trying to tackle him up high, he's so strong, and what makes him good? He can run it to the outside, he can run it to the inside, and he runs through tackles. He doesn't get slowed down. His strength, his speed, and his vision makes it 95, and he lives up to his number and gets 6. My goodness. Bobcats over 250 yards of rushing, and Tyler England up at 160.
Field goal on the PAT is good by Aaron Zimbrano, and we see the replay with England. 95 yards, breaks 2 tackles, gets past an arm tackle there at the end, and he turns on the wheels.
And number 7 needs a lot of praise there because he turned 6 into 7 right there with that block on the outside as he went around him. 4-6. What a big play. We thought we were going down 21-14. A fumble recovery. Next play, number 6, the junior with electric speed, puts the Bobcats ahead.
Well, he's trying to put together numerous 100-yard games in a row, and right there he had it on one carry just about. 95 yards for Tyler England. Man, he is so fun to watch, though. And the thing about him is you think you have him until you don't.
And to me, that's the difference than any other. Tate Ring had some huge games, especially against Lincoln. You know, you had some.
He was the single-handed Lincoln killer, that is for sure.
The thing with England, he can do it against anybody, and he does it in different ways. And he just is kind of a complete back in the way that he has all the tools that you want in a running back, and he just keeps going.
Century 21 kickoff is away as it pooch down to the 25-yard line. East will fumble it. Bobcats going to try to get there, but Pius will get on it
just before the Bobcats do as he scrambles back to the 19-yard line. And that is deflating for East.
Yeah.
You know, the kickoff doesn't go anywhere. You have to scramble back and get it. They just went on a 68-yard drive, had a 75-yard drive in the first half, both coming up empty. And we'll see how they respond now.
And you look at how's East going to respond. Let's look at the Cats.
Yeah.
You know, are you going to make that opportunity to stop them, get the ball back, see if you can go up 2 scores, or you going to just meander on the field, stay on the field?
Yep. Robbie Sykes is the running back to the left of his quarterback, and Monty Johnson gets the handoff off of right tackle, has a seam, and then finally plowed down late as getting in there and helping stop him was innocent Ashulongu, as not only is he sometimes a running back, but a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And that's a good play right there.
Just quick stat update for you. We said Tyler England had an outside shot of eclipsing last year's leader, Davis Ragland, with 515 yards. Tyler England has 532 yards on the season, already eclipsing last year's rushing leader.
2nd down and 3. After the run by Sykes, he'll get the handoff, sweep to the near side, cuts it back inside. He'll dive ahead for the first, but it looks like he's going to be about a half yard short, bringing up 3rd and short for the Des Moines East Scarlets.
And the big thing I'm looking at here is I would go straight back to Monty Johnson. There looks like they might measure it.
Well, they need the 29-yard line for the first, and it looks like it's just a few inches away from being a first, and they do bring the chains out.
They just, the chain gang asked if they could get their sprints in, getting ready for the combine. Maybe the harvest, a different kind of combine.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be just, oh no, it is a first down just by a hair. And it will be first down for the Des Moines East Scarlets. So it looked like it was going to be short, but just on the edge of the nose of the ball, they do pick it up.
And it's a really interesting, just kind of where they are. They've run the tight end seam play to Williams one time. If I was East, I'd look to go back to that as you've been able to spread everything out.
Braden Johnson comes in motion. Hand off to Sykes. And a nice wrap-up tackle coming up. Giles Smith out of his cornerback spot. Gain of 3 on first down.
And that's really what we've talked about. It's not about always holding them to 1 yard or whatever. It's, all right, if they get 3, don't let them get 7. And Giles Smith does a nice job there of coming up and making a play.
Well, you mentioned Malik Williams, that big tight end, lining up on the left side of the offensive line. Johnson comes in motion. Wide receiver sweep to the near side. Cuts it back inside. And Tyler England, after the big rushing touchdown, makes a huge stop at the line of scrimmage. They'll give him about a half yard. It is Zach Wilder. Okay, I thought it looked like a 6 from this angle, but it is Zach Wilder, leading tackler for the Marshalltown Bobcats at linebacker.
Just a great job by Zach. Just look, he stays home, puts his shoulder down through the thigh and is able to wrap him up. But that's brought because the outside cornerback stayed home as well. He wasn't able to bounce it outside, forced him up front.
Gain of 2 makes it 3rd and 5.
Kyle Smith stayed home there on that attempt.
Fake the handoff. Johnson looks to pass over to the far side of the field, and it is knocked out. It looked like
it's coming
up at the end of the play. It is Javian Hansen with the catch, and that'll be a first down. It looked like it was almost knocked out there late, as the Bobcat defenders were saying incomplete, but they will give them the reception, and they are up to the 49-yard line in Bobcat territory as we look at the replay.
And you looked at that throw right in the window, and it looked that Drake Gersma thought he might have an interception, but instead just put it on a rope.
Yeah.
East driving yet again in Bobcat territory.
Impressive throw in between 3 defenders right there. Johnson will hand off this time to Sykes. Met in the backfield. Talon Halstead with a good wrap-up tackle to have a 3-yard loss back to the 48-yard line, and flags fly in on the play.
I'm wondering, usually it's from that umpire. Often will call holding on that. We'll see what it is. Looks like East is backing up.
What do you want, 2nd and 13 or 1st and 20?
I'm saying 1st and 20 just by the nature of more yards. Just push them back. Because East routinely has been able to pick up 10, 12 yards on 2nd down.
And finally the indication holding on Des Moines East. And it's declined, so 2nd and 13.
Again, when I told them they were going to keep running it, we then threw a touchdown pass. Hopefully, again, I am wrong.
You don't want to take that TFL away from Talon Halstead.
No. I don't want to take anything away from someone who's 6'5".
Yeah. Who moved from corner and has really played good this year at defensive end.
Especially in pass rush situations, just that length is so difficult to defend against.
Low snap, Johnson brings it up. Fires over to Johnson, the wide receiver in the middle of the field on a wide receiver screen. And he'll get back a few of those yards they lost. About a 5-yard gain to set up 3rd down and 7.
Yeah, it's a good job by J.J. Schoenfelder. I think it'll be a full 8 here. I think J.J., I believe, is the one that was able to at least trip him up. Yeah, he was able to keep his feet, but the Cats were able to clean it up from there. A lot of low snaps for East.
Yeah.
It feels like if they would have clean snaps, they're always a half second behind what they want to do because Johnson's forced to pick it off his shoes.
So 3rd and 8 as Johnson will look to pass. Pressure. He'll step out of it. Scrambles to the near side. J.J. Schoenfelder can't get to it. Ball's knocked out. Niehaus is getting in a scrum for it, trying to get the turnover, and the officials are saying it is East football.
And I think it's going to be a 1st down.
It's close to a 1st down on the recovery at the 39-yard line. And it is going to be East football, and it's right near the sticks for the 1st down. Niehaus had it in his hands, but an East player came in at the very end of it, as it looked like, who was that? Ignacio Macias forced the fumble, but one of the wide receivers was able to cover up the football and get it out of the hands of Niehaus.
And this is at the next level NFL. This would be where they would do the review because the thought is Niehaus did have it, and he would have had possession and down, and then it was ripped away from him. The idea is, like, at that next level is like, hey, whose ball is it? I think it'd still be East either way.
Yeah.
A great hustle play by East to be in it. And, of course, when you hustle, good things happen, and able to pick up the 1st down by fumbling it forward.
Yeah, Monty Johnson, that's his, I believe, 2nd fumble of the night. He had one down at the 5-yard line as they were looking to go in. Braden Johnson had a fumble on the last drive for East. So at the 39-yard line in Bobcat territory with just 3.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter, they'll hand off to Sykes. He'll come off left tackle. Verdinez will make the tackle at the 36-yard line on 1st down, a gain of 3.
I think the Cats have done a much better job in this second half of tackling first shot, not giving up, not allowing people to bounce off. They've given up big pass play. East was lucky enough to fumble forward. But for the most part, the tackling's been much more sure here in the second half.
Ignacio Macias forcing 2 fumbles tonight as well. He's been a disruptor in the middle when he's been in there at nose tackle.
Nacho's always kind of, if he can just stay on the field, he's always been an impact player. He gets great leverage. He's not a big guy as far as height-wise, but he plays intense. He's strong, he's physical, and can make plays.
2nd down and 8 at the 37-yard line. Johnson brings Johnson in motion and a sweep to the far side of the field for Braden Johnson. Tries to cut it back inside as he got forced back inside by Giles Smith, who wraps up and makes the tackle. That is a guy that, you mentioned his size a little bit ago, but he's not one that's going to let you out of his grasp.
No, and it's just, football's a really interesting thing, is especially defensively, play your scheme, be where you're supposed to be, and allow the play to come to you. Giles didn't go chasing, didn't crash in on that, but played his role, played his lane, and was there to keep them to a 1-yard gain.
So the Bobcats stop him after a 2-yard gain, setting up 3rd down and 7. Fake the handoff. Quick wide receiver screen pass out to the far side of the field. A few yards will be gained, but driven out of bounds is Javian Hansen. And this is going to bring up 4th down. And we know from what we've seen tonight, East is going to be aggressive, trailing by a touchdown.
And especially with a really strong-legged and Cruz, but really miskicked that field goal attempt before half. But Niehaus did a nice job of tackling out of bounds.
Yeah. Just a 2-yard completion to Hansen. Sets up 4th and 5. 3 wide receivers split out for East.
I'm going 88.
They look to the far side of the field, fake it, and then do pass out to Hansen again, the intended target. But that allowed the DBs to move up, get a little bit of pressure into the face of Hansen and out of his fingertips. Turnover on downs with 1:57 to go in this third quarter of play. Bobcats with 1 home run play on offense. They've only possessed it once, 1 play, 95 yards by Tyler England.
You know, all that matters is if you hit pay dirt, and we'll see this again. Only play of the second half was maybe the most beautiful play of the entire season, especially coming off the fumble recovery, and no one's catching him when Tyler England is out in space.
Bobcats take over at the 34-yard line after the turnover on downs. Hand off to England, spins out of a tackle up to the 44-yard line, brought down there. A nice gain of about 5 yards on first down.
And because this is the Tyler England appreciation broadcast, he even got hit a yard and a half into that play, but because his legs never stop moving, he is able to keep it rolling, get those 5 yards.
Bobcats still looking to the far sideline for the play call on 2nd and 5. At the 39-yard line. 1:15 to go in this third quarter. Bobcats up by the touchdown. Looking to add on more. Hand off to England. Ahead he'll go, and at the line of scrimmage he is met. Falls for a gain of 1, but again, in there to make the tackle, the defensive end who's been all over the place tonight. Ivan Quesada is there to make the tackle.
A really nice job there by East, and Quesada's been so good. He has been so good tonight, both against the run, but especially against the pass.
40 seconds to go in the third quarter. Bobcats content working that clock as we're down to 10 seconds on the play clock. Setting up 3rd down and 4. England still in there at the B-back. They fake the handoff and pitch it out to Gersma. Gersma's diving for the sticks, and he has the first down up to the 45-yard line. It is a gain of 5 yards by Drake Gersma to move the chains for the Bobcats.
And I was not here last week, but for me, this is the first time I've really seen Drake in person run the football. And he kind of glides. He's a taller back.
Yeah.
He's more of that 6'1", 6'6", so he glides a little bit more than England. So he just picks up more space. He puts him down, picks him up, puts him down. 5 yards isn't all that many strides.
Third quarter comes to an end with the Bobcats leading by 7 over the Scarlets of Des Moines East as the Bobcats looking to pick up their 3rd win of the season in week number 4. You're watching Bobcat football on KFJB-TV.
At Lennox Employees Credit Union, we take care of you like family. We're all about personal service, going above and beyond for our members. Whether it's home, auto, or other financial services, we're here for you. Take advantage of our always low interest rates or exclusive perks being a member can bring. Unlike others within personal services, at Lennox Employees Credit Union, we're all about that personal service. We find great joy meeting with our members to discuss their financial needs or big dreams. It's easy to become a member. Stop in today. Lennox Employees Credit Union, a family place.
Just down the road from that shot in the Des Moines Metro is one of my favorite places to eat, Zombie Burger. It's not as gluten-friendly as I would like, but I love that place. One, I love zombies.
Yes.
And two, like, who doesn't like a zombie bride shake? I mean, that's...
Oh, they're so good.
Yeah.
So one of the things we had last time we were down there, I was with my brother, his wife, and my niece and my nephew. My nephew's a little bit younger. He was too scared to sit inside, so he had to go sit on the patio.
How late are they open tonight?
I think we could probably make it.
1st and 10 as we begin the fourth quarter. Pitch to Tyler England. He comes around the near side, gets a block from Smith, and he hits the edge, and he rolls over one of the Des Moines East Scarlets and the defensive back in Giefer, as JT Giefer given a hello by England on a first down run, but we have a marker down back at midfield, most likely in the spot of holding.
Yeah, it looked like he got some illegal help. You see the holding right there. 44 got bear hugged. And then you look, though, what I love about Tyler, the way he finished that run, is he still gets leverage. He doesn't allow the cornerback to bring in that hit up underneath the shoulder pad. He drops it underneath his shoulder pad.
So it is a spot foul, so it only backs the Bobcats 5 yards behind the chains, so 1st and 15. But good block downfield by Kyle Smith. It helps spring him to the edge.
Kyle's been much more physical on the outside blocking than I've seen him, and done a better job in the cornerback position helping on the run.
They do give it to England, and he's driven back at the line of scrimmage. And, boy, the officials let that one go a little bit longer than it should have, and slinging him down to the ground, the big defensive tackle and Cameron Williams.
We've seen plays whistled dead way before they were dead, notably the fumble with Ames in week 1. And then he'd been on his heels for 7 yards.
It is a gain of 1 yard. 2nd and 14 for the Cats. As checking in, Levi Bell at wide receiver on the near side.
It's good to see his parents out. Bobcat Live last night.
He house underneath center. Fakes the handoff. He tried to pitch it late to Gersma, and East has it. Wow. Bobcats have played a clean third quarter, but the fourth quarter starts with a turnover, and at the 33-yard line, East is going to have it in Bobcat territory.
And that's where all those things, a great job looking at who was that, 44.
Yeah, Quesada again. He's been all over the place in a disruptor. That's his third forced fumble here tonight.
I know it's the Bobcat Player of the Week, and I know it's not just football. I almost feel like Quesada should get honorable mention, not because it's been bad news for us, but
he's played well.
He has had one of the most damaging games from that defensive line.
So East will take over at the 33-yard line in Bobcat territory as Johnson, quarterback, brings a man in motion. They fake the pitch. They go over the middle of the field to the tight end, but it comes up way short. Bobcat defender in the middle of the field, J.J. Schoenfelder, almost had a chance to kind of tip that one away, but it just falls harmlessly incomplete as Malik Williams intended.
And Ferris and Verdinez were in the backfield, making Johnson kind of short-arm that. Here you see the pressure. Verdinez gets there. Ferris was held and ripped around, but caused Johnson to short-arm that.
2nd and 10. Bobcats leading 21-14. Johnson will hand it off to Sykes. Sweep to the far side. Force back inside as he spins around down to the 29-yard line. 3rd and medium coming up.
They're looking for the Cats. You get another 3rd and long. 3rd and medium, you could say, but this is where you got to get yourself off the field or force them to go for it. 4th and 5+, not where you get down to 4th and 1, 4th and 2.
So 3rd and 6 as Johnson surveys the defense.
Low snap, brings it up. He'll go deep to the near side of the field. Johnson fights back for the ball. A flag flies. Gersma was in the area of coverage. Johnson throws the ball down and celebrates for a touchdown. But, man, I don't know, Dylan. Johnson really ripped Gersma away there. This could be offensive pass interference.
It'll be interesting usually, and it is. I think it will be called. It looks like, whereas can we trust Kyle Smith? Because this is a huge call.
Gersma's now talking with the officials, so I think they're going to let it stand.
Yeah, I think it's on Gersma. I think Kyle was just too excited and trying. Yep, and they're talking to the sideline, see what they want to do. It's a beautiful ball, and you see this. I don't know where the pass interference is. That's not pass interference. It doesn't look like it anyways because he didn't engage him or anything. It's just Johnson moved himself back to get to the ball. Didn't look like Gersma made contact. Biggest thing, they always say is turn your head around, try to get your head around as a defender. But if you're beat, it's very difficult to get that head around. Great play call, great execution.
So I can't tell, are they marking him? They did give him the touchdown. I think they're taking the half the distance to the goal on the pass interference.
And
they're going to go for 2.
That's exactly what I do. You get that big quarterback. I'm trusting number 11. I'm spreading them out, but I'm not throwing this football as Virginia sprints off the field as Hinkle just came on late.
So Monte Johnson hooks up with Braden Johnson for 29 yards for the touchdown. And the Scarlets are looking for the lead with 10:09 in the fourth quarter on the 2-point conversion. Clap his hands, and somebody got moving earlier as flags fly. They hand it off to Sykes as he plowed in, but this one is going to be offside on the Bobcats, so the 2-point conversion will not stand as the whistles and the flags stop the play. So they're going to mark it at the half-yard line.
He must have made contact with the receiver.
Must have been something early on.
It was Giles Smith must have made contact with the receiver.
They usually let that go.
Was it Niehaus early?
Could not tell on that play.
But this puts the Cats in a terrible position. They've been in bad position. Let's look here. I don't
quite see it.
I haven't seen it yet. And again, we don't have a shot down the line or anything, but maybe they were lined up in the neutral zone.
Head coach Adam Goodvin is out to question with the officials, and they're going to stop play and have a conversation with them as see what they sort out here. You got a final on the East Marshall game, or is it going to the fourth quarter?
Going to the fourth quarter, still 3-0 East Marshall.
Wow. We'll get a scoreboard update here in a moment, but still on the 2-point conversion, and the ball going to be at the half-yard line with 10:02 fourth quarter. And the Scarlets have been aggressive all night. Not a surprise move here.
No,
to go
not
for
at
2.
all.
And I was surprised when they initially lined up. They didn't have their quarterback, Johnson, underneath center, but now he's creeping to the line. He's going to get to the line of scrimmage, and the Bobcats looking like they're stuffing Johnson at the line. Officials have not indicated anything yet, but they are stopped short on the 2-point conversion, and the Bobcats will hold on to a 1-point lead with 10:02 to go in the fourth quarter as Johnson, the QB sneak. Bobcats defensive line did a great job to stop him there, as Johnson just didn't get a great push initially, and neither did the offensive line. Bobcats super aggressive on the 2-point conversion, and it pays off. Bobcats will get the ball back when we come back on KFJB-TV.
Looking for top-notch eye care close to home? Eye Care Associates, with offices in Marshalltown, Conrad, and Toledo, has proudly served Central Iowa since 1990. Their expert team provides eye exams for all ages, designer frames, contact lens fittings, and treatment for glaucoma, cataracts, and other eye conditions. With advanced technology, a welcoming staff, and convenient online booking, your next visit is easier than ever. Visit VisionSource-MarshalltownEyeCare.com today. Eye Care Associates, your vision is their priority.
21-20 is our current score as you get a look at Josh DeWard, second-year head coach for the Des Moines East Scarlets. He's kind of revitalized this program. They had a much better year last year. Of course, he's a Pella native. His grandpa, Jerry Stanton, was a top 20 all-time winning head football coach here in the state of Iowa. And right now they're really challenging the Bobcats, which the defense has not looked great at times, but, boy, they've made some really big plays when it's mattered.
Yeah, the Bobcat defense really giving up over 300 yards. A bad mistake by the Cats, but Smitherman trying to run out of a mistake, and he's getting to the edge.
And he will find the edge on the near side. He's got blockers in front of him. Flags fly. It's coming back. Smitherman, for the time being, thinks it's a 6 on the scoreboard for the Bobcats, but we saw a bad block in the back at the 30-yard line as a flag came in. And this one looked like a huge play for the Bobcats, but it's all for naught. But a huge play right there. Bobcats on the Century 21 kickoff return. They thought
you see
it was a bad play back at the 5, but turned something into something.
And see if we can get the block in the back there.
It just happened on the top side of the screen right there.
It'll be interesting as they keep talking.
Looked like it was going to be the third kickoff return for a touchdown this season for Aiden Smitherman.
If only we had 7 cameras out there that we could and have the HD cabling across, then we could get all the angles. I've gone from wanting a second monitor to a whole ABC rig to come in.
Yeah, we need a bigger production truck first.
Yeah, that's right. We need the Sky Cam.
Well, the officials taking their time. I think they've done a pretty good job tonight, but they definitely do take their time when we've had a call here tonight.
Lars Schoenfelder is kind of put his hands out like, what's the call? Yeah, and it's what we thought.
Yep.
And it's a offsetting.
Sideline warning. We saw the near side official with his cap off, and he was running up the near side, but I think Des Moines East was jumping up in the air. I believe they saw the block in the back, and they were calling for it.
This is where so now they're going to kick it off. Okay. Where are they kicking it off from? Because, okay, they're going back to kick it off. East had it at the 45. The Cats 45, and
so we're going to replay the kickoff.
Well,
not too many times you see that. Usually it's because of a kick out of bounds.
Well, and I'll go back to answer the question that Aiden Smitherman interrupted when we thought we may have something going. Is really, we talked about off air just in commercial break, Bobcats defense has given up over 300 yards. They've not looked good at a lot of times. Then 2 turnovers in the red zone. Then somehow a 2-point attempt from the half-yard line.
Yeah.
They are able to get incredible leverage. First, Hinkle's able to submarine the line, and then just the push from Ferris, linebackers, and others to come in to make sure Johnson doesn't come across. Cats are making big plays. Now they need to make consistent plays.
Onside kick. Bobcats are in position at the 49-yard line as the kicker and Cruz came ahead following that ball, but the Bobcats with a heads-up play. Zach Wilder, the senior, with the recovery. And I tell you what, this East team will find themselves in some ball games this year just based off their aggressiveness, and that was a good heads-up play, but Zach Wilder, as the kicker was making sure it went 10 yards before he tried to get it.
I thought Cruz shielded it well to make sure, like you said, that 10 yards. But Zach Wilder, the senior leading tackler for the Cats, makes a big, big play.
9:42 to go in this one. 21-20. Bobcats leading after the 2-point conversion was failed by East. England goes off left guard and dives ahead over midfield down to the 48-yard line. Gain of 3 on first.
Just seemed to lose his feet a little bit there.
Bobcats really letting this clock go.
Yeah, it's you don't have to win big as long as you win, but you'd love to get another 7 on the board. It'd still be a one-possession game, but you feel a lot better about things.
Gersma comes in motion, handoff to England, sidesteps the defender, gets back to the line of scrimmage, and slung back. How about it? Fenceroy again, yeah, he's a big dude.
290, just a German suplex there, got him to the ground. Oh, and he hurt his ankle. That's too bad. He's been good.
Yeah, Jamarian Fenceroy is one of the guards on the right side of the offensive line and also one of the big stalwarts on the defensive line. 8:37, fourth quarter. Bobcats have the ball, third down when we come back, leading 21-20.
Craving something sweet and savory? Head to your Marshalltown Dairy Queens, 711 North 3rd Avenue and 2107 South Center Street. Try the Blizzard of the Month, the new Caramel Toffee Cookie Blizzard, or that fall favorite, the Pumpkin Pie Blizzard. 2 delicious options, but hurry, they're only here for a limited time. And don't miss a DQ Classic, 4-piece chicken strip baskets for just $7.49 all month long. All white meat strips, crispy fries, warm Texas toast, and your favorite dipping sauce. Get yours now at Marshalltown Dairy Queens.
Coming up after the game, it is our Wells Fargo Advisors Locker Room Report. We'll check out final stats and announce our Lily Mae Sweet Play of the Game and our postgame chat with head coach Adam Goodvin. 3rd down and 7 for the Bobcats after the injury to Fenceroy. England gets the handoff, and it's a good gain of 5, setting up 4th down and 2. We'll see if the Bobcats stay aggressive here.
I'm going for it, especially, and Goodvin's not even guessing. After the fumble snap, and it was a clean snap, I don't think you mess with it. I think you have controlled the ability to run the football. England's at 176 on only 14 carries. Cats have been able to get 2 or 3 yards anytime they've needed all night long.
East was hoping for a false start, but the Bobcats were just checking to the sideline. And the Bobcats sneak it right up the middle, and it's a 1st down. How about it? The cat claw, Dylan. Niehaus scrambles for the 1st down.
About a 7-yard quarterback sneak. 6 yards there.
That's where the East head coach and Josh DeWard wanted the false start, was when the tight end for the Bobcats and Jacob Hayes dropped to a knee to look to the sideline, but everybody else did as well.
And they go right to where Fenceroy would have been.
Yeah.
A big 7-yard pickup by Niehaus. And click, click, click goes the clock.
Yeah, 7.5 minutes to go in this one in the 4th quarter. A little bit of confusion in the backfield, but Smitherman gets around the edge to the near side, down to the 25-yard line. It's going to be a 1st down run for Aiden Smitherman as the Bobcats get 11 yards to move the chains. And actually, they spot him down inside that, so about a 13-yard pickup.
Cats are knocking on the door of 300 yards rushing. They're up at 294. And yes, Tyler England has 176 of them, but there are 4 Bobcats with at least 23 yards of rushing. Smitherman there now has 23 yards on 3 carries.
England still to be back. Kyle Smith split out. Bottom side of your TV screen. And a reverse to Gersma. He's got a big seam up the middle. Gersma looking for his first rushing touchdown of the season. Pushing the pile. He's at the goal line. Is he in? Touchdown, Bobcats! Huge run for Drake Gersma of 23 yards. His first rushing touchdown of the season.
You could see those sticks keep pumping to keep those legs going. You saw number 7 trying to help him to get across the line, and East kept tackling up around the shoulders, but a nice little misdirection there as they tried to grab his jersey, grab it, unable to tackle and bring him to the ground. Bobcats get a huge score with just 6:36 left to go in this ball game.
you push the issue, and they are going to push the issue and go for two and make it a two-score game. So that's where that East two-point conversion is so huge. Cat claw here, Dylan?
I think England.
From the 3-yard line, fake the pitch to England. They're going to roll out, pass over the middle of the field, caught Kyle Smith. Two-point conversion is good, and it's a 9-point lead with 6:36 in the fourth quarter. Huge aggressive play on the two-point conversion as Niehaus was almost tackled, but he was able to get it away just in time to Kyle Smith over the middle of the field.
Great job by the defensive line staying home. But on that play action, you had the cornerback come up, and Kyle Smith was wide open on the backside. All Niehaus had to do, didn't have to be a spiral, just had to be close.
29-20, Bobcats lead fourth quarter.
Brown Shoe Fit has a great selection of athletic footwear. Choose from New Balance, On, Keen, Echo, and much more. Brown Shoe Fit can find the right shoe for every occasion for both men and women, including dress shoes, casual shoes, work boots, and European footwear, carrying multiple sizes and widths to ensure the best fit for you. Their expert-friendly staff is available to give you a personalized experience and can find the right shoes for what you need. Brown Shoe Fit, downtown Marshalltown. With you every step of the way.
6:36, fourth quarter. Bobcats go for the two-point conversion to Kyle Smith as Niehaus just got it away after the 23-yard touchdown run by Drake Gersma, taking a 9-point lead late in the fourth quarter as our Century 21 kickoff is away down to the 13-yard line. And a little bit of a seam as fighting through the far side of the field up over the 45-yard line, and Pies with a great return for the Des Moines East Scarlets as they'll now need two scores to take the lead back against the Bobcats. We do have a Bobcat down on the field on the far side.
Is it Wilder?
I believe. Couldn't tell if it's Giles Smith, number 13, or who it was.
It's Zach Wilder. It looks like he got rolled up on trying to get back into the play, and that's a big loss. Leading tackler on the season for the Cats.
And we'll step aside as we have an injury timeout with 6:26, fourth quarter. Bobcat lead by 9.
Refinance your auto loan with Members First Community Credit Union. For a limited time, refinance your auto loan from another lender and receive 1% cash back up to $500. Scan the QR code to apply online. Call us or visit a Members First branch.
Have Van Wyck Wood Builders design and build the storage shed you need. So many different options to choose from. Van Wyck Wood Builders, just 5 miles south of I-80 in Grinnell on Highway 146. Online at vanwyckwoodbuilders.com.
I know you've spent a few days in that Capitol building.
I've missed some Bobcat Lives to go talk to legislators. I have spent quite a bit of time in there. It's still, whenever you go in there, it's still stinking cool.
Yeah.
You know, whatever you're going for, whoever you need to talk about, never go in there and don't take a few minutes to just look at just how beautiful the architecture is, the art. It's all incredible.
So this drive with good starting field position at the 47-yard line. And now a quick pass dropped out to the far side of the field as it will be incomplete as Javion Hansen, the intended target. Actually, no, that time it went to Jamil Helliman. So incomplete. Second down and 10 at their own 47.
And you see the Bobcats cover that short side of the field pretty well. You have seen East go deep a couple times. They've played everything close to the line of scrimmage. Will they try for Braden Johnson again?
Bobcats trying to go to 3-1 on the season with a victory on the road here at Duke Williams Stadium. Low snap. Johnson brings it in. A design QB run. He'll pick up the first down. Kyle Smith trying to rip that ball out. Whole host of Cats are in there to bring him down over the 40-yard line. Spotted at the 37-yard line. So a big run for the quarterback and Johnson to move the chains with 6:06 in the fourth quarter.
And Johnson's had 3 or 4 big runs, 53 yards on the day. That was just a quarterback run, a quarterback power there, and he just picked his way, and Kyle Smith able to at least hold him up to get the rest of the Cats to pile on.
15-yard gain for the quarterback, and Johnson bring Hellyman in motion to the far side of the field. Handoff to Pies, and he finds a little bit of a seam. And he's going to get down to the 30-yard line. So a 7-yard run on first down as he was just riding up the hashes there. Found a good spot to run.
Yeah, I really like that East has not freaked out. They're still running the football. There's a little over 5 minutes left. Now I think you still need to move it a little bit quicker, especially with the Cats are not going to give you any free clock stoppages when they get the ball back.
2nd down and 3. Johnson will clap for it. Drops back. Rolls out to the near side. He's got a little bit of room. Puts a head down and runs over Jamison Niehaus. That's going to be a first down run. A flag flies out at the end of the play. It could be helmet-to-helmet contact. That would be huge at this point in the game.
I'm wondering if they're going to try to call a taunting or something, but it looked clean. That feels like a really tough call late in the game if that goes on Johnson. Unless it's a taunting that we can't really see. Let's look at this.
Oh, wow. That is more of...
That was a lot more helmet to head than I thought it was. I take that back.
I believe they're waving it off now.
Well, I take it back. I take back my take back.
I mean, he right there squares up Niehaus.
And so
that is a huge play. And Monty Johnson has been a physical runner tonight, the quarterback, and that was another physical run.
Not often do you get quarterback on quarterback, in that situation. But he can bring some thump.
First down and 10 at the 21-yard line. Pass to the tight end caught by Williams. Ball is out at the 10-yard line. Bobcats look like they have it, and it will be their football. As on the recovery, is that Drake Gersma, or who was that?
On the recovery, it looks like...
Was it Hoffman?
Let's look
Couldn't
at the
quite
replay
see
here.
there. A whole host of guys, including Kyle Smith, come up at the end, but great play to Malik Williams, little tight end screen there, and the ball comes out, and it looked like J.J. Schoenfelder was the man to pop it out. It was Kyle Smith coming up with it at the 10-yard line.
What a third turnover by East in the red zone. This is stuff where when you're building the culture, like, all right, these are the things that we have got to do something here. You cannot give over all these wonderful opportunities on the doorstep.
Yeah. 4:46 to go in the football game. Bobcats have it with a 9-point lead. Handoff to England. Left side of the line he'll go. And in there to help make the stop is Lance Williams, the junior defensive lineman for the Scarlets.
And you would think Coach Goodvin would be happy. Try to control, let this clock tick, tick, tick. The old school Madden player in me is like, this is where you go.
This is where you pad
go
the stats.
for the final haymaker.
Bobcats here tonight on the ground, 317 yards. Why not make it 400, right, Dylan?
I'm
nice
here
big run.
for it.
Niehaus slips as he takes the ball. It's a fumble picked up. Oh, my word. What is going on? Braden Johnson, a fumble recovery for a touchdown. Niehaus in a critical spot where the Bobcats could just milk this thing away. It is now down to a one-score game as Johnson picks it up. I'm not sure. I think he got tripped by Verdinez, and the ball came out. But ball security has been zero for the Bobcats over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, three fumbles here tonight, and just what the
bunch
one
of fumbles
thing
against East and last week and here tonight. Wow.
The one thing, and we had it in week 1. It's the one thing you can't do, and you don't think you'll do in just running the football, is turn the ball over.
So Johnson takes it In for the score, and Cruz puts in the PAT. It is now 29-27, a 2-point game with 3:59 fourth quarter on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
Welcome back to Duke Williams Stadium in the Des Moines Metro. I'm Brandon Lewis. He's Dylan Doze. A fumble by Jamison Niehaus picked up at the about 7-8 yard line, 9 yard line or so.
Yeah.
And Braden Johnson, who's been all over this game for his offensive side, makes a huge fumble recovery. And this is one thing. They forced 5 fumbles coming into tonight, and they forced a ton on the Bobcats. I don't know, is that third or fourth fumble of the night?
That's the third fumble by Jamison Niehaus here tonight. Had the strip sack, had the fumble right there.
Plus the punt fumble.
Yeah, the punt fumble. It wasn't Niehaus for 3. It was Shongalungu got the fumble off the punt.
Kickoff here tonight is all powered by Century 21, Marshalltown's #1 home team. And just like that, East is back in the game, 29-27. A pooch kick fielded at the 40 by Haynes, and he'll be up to the 42-yard line. So good starting field position, but the Bobcats have to make it pay off here now. You've got to pick up a couple of first downs and get this thing taken care of as you look to go 3-1 on the season.
Yeah, everybody's got 3 timeouts here, so you're not going to be able to just sit on the ball without getting some first downs. This is an issue, is do you just go turn it around, eliminate any of the sparkle and just give it to England, because we've struggled just holding on to the football.
England is the B-back. Kyle Smith split out to the near side, handoff to England. Up the left hash he'll go over the 45-yard line to the 46. It's a gain of 5 yards on first down.
Yeah, and if you're East, you're not looking to use your timeouts yet. But if the Cats do get a first down coming up, you will have to start using your timeouts if you're East.
Break the huddle with Kyle Smith to the near side. Gersma, Smitherman, the slot backs. They'll bring Smitherman in motion, handoff England. He's stuffed at the line of scrimmage and pushed back. Getting in there is Lance Williams. We talked about him in the pregame, and we've talked about him a lot during this game, as well as Quezada.
And East is going to use a timeout.
So back to the line of scrimmage, no gain, 3rd and 5 with 3:10 as they stop the clock with their first time out here in the second half.
And this 3rd and 5, you've got a real... I think I'm keeping it on the ground, though the pass has been there. 1 of 2 through the air, touchdown pass, 2-point conversion, but we have had a strip sack.
Bobcats, I don't think, have thrown a pass since early second quarter.
Outside of that 2-point conversion, they've attempted a couple opportunities with 2 sacks. They've given up as many sacks as they have pass attempts.
So clock stopped at 3:13 in the fourth quarter, and if you missed it just a short time ago, Braden Johnson, a fumble recovery of 9 yards out. As Jamison Niehaus fumbled it and took it in for the touchdown.
They added 3 seconds to the clock. It's going to be 3:13 instead of 3:10. Yeah, the 2 touchdowns in the second half by East have been Braden Johnson, the big touchdown reception and then that 8-yard fumble recovery.
Big spot here for the Cats. 3rd down and 5. Hand off to England, left side. He'll push ahead for a few yards, but it's going to bring up 4th down and 3 yards to go. It's a 2-yard pickup and another timeout for Des Moines East with 3:08 to go in the football game. They're looking to get it back here. You think the Bobcats stay aggressive and go for it, or?
I think they go for it, and I would not be shocked if they go back to the 2-point conversion play.
Kind of that naked bootleg play.
Yeah. Now, East defended it well from the defensive line position. They stayed home. But what you get with that opportunity, if you're able to get that naked boot and they're crashing from that defensive line, then Niehaus may have the opportunity to run it or throw it.
And here's a look at that 2-point conversion play that Dylan's talking about. Kyle Smith was able to haul that in, make it a 9-point game, but now it's just a 2-point game. And it looks like Bobcats going to go for it. Keep the offense on the field for 4th and 3 at their own 48-yard line. It feels like this is for the game.
Yeah, this is Cardiac Cats football edition.
Niehaus probably going to go hard count here as well. No, he'll hand it off. And something was off. East is clapping. They're saying it's a false start on the Bobcats.
And this is the stuff that is just ludicrous because this is where
this is the stuff that loses you games.
You have to now punt the football.
Yeah, it's definitely, they were going to run that reverse with Gersma out of the slot.
Yep, and 2 guys in motion. Gersma was moving. Along with Aiden Smitherman. Aiden Smitherman was the one who was supposed to be moving.
Innocent Aishugulungu, 38-yard average on his punts this year. He's had 7 punts on the season. Earlier tonight, fumbled one away to East. And a timeout before we have the kick. We'll take a timeout with them. 3:08, 4th quarter, as Marshalltown takes a timeout, 4th down when we come back on KFJB-TV.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you know you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Fourth down as we come back. 4th quarter, 3:08. Bobcats will punt it away. Aishugulungu has it, and he'll rip one off to the far side. Braden Johnson's going to watch it hit. Oh, it takes a bad bounce back to the 34-yard line before the Bobcats are able to push it out. Looked like a great punt, but took a really bad bounce for the punter.
Yeah, it looked like he just had a little bit too much backspin on it. Kind of cupped the football a little bit off his foot, and it just spun backwards.
Let's get a quick scoreboard update, all brought to you by Central State Bank.
We got a heartbreaker. East Marshall falls after 10 fourth quarter points from Maquoketa Valley, 10-3. And we also have Cedar Rapids Xavier up 7-0 over Williamsburg. Nevada over Clear Lake 7-0. Iowa City West 10. Bettendorf 7. Waukee 10. Valley 35. And then still do not have an update from that 9-7 Ankeny Centennial score.
Johnson will put a man in motion. That's Braden Johnson as they come back near side. And, boy, really good wrap-up tackle by
J.J. Schoenfelder behind the line of scrimmage as he read that play well. That's a big loss on first down. A loss of 3 yards, 2nd and 13 for East at 2:40 and counting, as East does have just one timeout left.
And it almost looked a little bit like they either were trying to rope-a-dope the Bobcats and Johnson kind of hide the football and keep it, or that play just kind of fell apart from the beginning. Either way, the Bobcats were able to clean them up in the backfield and get a loss of 3.
Bobcats up by 2 late in the game. Pass out to the near side. He's got Johnson wide open at the 45-yard line. Caught. It's a first down on 2nd and 13. And we have a flag on the far side of the field.
What are we going to get?
That's kind of either false start or offside territory.
I really like Johnson.
Yeah.
He's fun to watch, get out into the...
So it's a gain of 15 as it stands right now, but it looks like they're bringing everybody back. As our head official will make the call, legal man downfield. And so that's going to back up East for a big second down.
And, of course, that just comes when Johnson, you have kind of a timer in your head as a lineman. And when Johnson got moved out of the pocket, he held on to the ball a little bit longer than they anticipated and started to move downfield.
Ball will be spotted all the way back at the 26-yard line. 2nd and 18 now after the penalty. Three wide receivers to the near side for East as Johnson will go back to pass. Slings it down the middle of the field. Braden Johnson a yard over his hands, and it's incomplete. That was almost a game-changing play for Des Moines East.
There was 2 pieces on there. I thought Talon Halstead about had the strip. If you see him coming around, Halstead right behind him, and just Jacob Hayes, not sure what he was doing from the safety position, got caught flat-footed as Johnson ran right past him.
Wow. That was almost a huge gain right there for Des Moines East. So 3rd down and 18 now at their own 26-yard line. Looking to come back out to the near side. Verdinez in the face of Johnson. Scrambles back to the far side of the field. Now comes back near side. Slips a Bobcat. Gets the ball out late. It's tipped away by Kyle Smith. Incomplete. 4th down and 18 coming up.
Man alive. That ended up being an incompletion. But goodness, he's got some feet. You just watch him. Verdinez does a nice job of flushing him back into the pocket and then can't get the tackle, eludes 2 defenders, able to get the ball out, and Smith just couldn't quite get both hands on it and pick that one off. This is the ball game.
1:44 to go. 2-point game.
And the one thing you cannot do
beat deep.
Cannot get beat deep. The safeties, as you see Logan Hoffman come back into this, you see Drake Gersma, who's played a good safety. You cannot allow the wide receivers to go past you.
Bobcats will pressure. Zach Weiler comes up with the game-changing play. A sack as he blitzes off the near side edge, and he brings down Johnson for the loss.
And you see Des Moines East, there is frustration on that. The right tackle and the tight end got shoving a little bit, and they thought the other person, I'm not actually sure what happened. There was arguments and a little bit of a shove. It just came down to competitors late in a tight ball game. Bobcats make just one more play than East. Both teams ripe with things they did great. A lot of bad mistakes, but big plays and big moments. And the Bobcats make the biggest one at the end, because this one is a wrap if you can just get the snap.
First sack of the season for Zach Wilder. Leads the team in tackles, and a huge call by defensive coordinator Duncan Furch to send the blitz there on 4th and forever.
And we haven't seen that, but when you get that 4th and 18, you just trust that if he has to get it out that quickly, he's not going to be able to pick up 18.
And the Bobcats will put everybody around
Jamison Niehaus, quarterback, to kneel this thing out as East is out of timeouts. Well, the Bobcats going to sneak away with their third victory of the season, but again, tonight's game, defense comes up with some huge stops. They made a 2-point conversion stop that would have given East the lead at the time, and then they come up with a huge sack right there to end this game here tonight. But miscues, flags, fumbles here tonight. It's just one of those things, well, keep another team in the game if you consistently do that each week.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to talking to Coach Goodvin down on the sideline, because I'm not sure what going to be met with. Is like, you're excited you won, you made some big plays, you made plays to win it, and you also made a lot of plays that could have cost you it.
Yep. Bobcats will have to kneel it one more time, and they'll get out of Des Moines with the victory here tonight, narrowly beating the Des Moines East Scarlets, and there's the final knee of the game. That will do it. Bobcats moved to 3-1 on the season. It wasn't pretty, but a win is a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, it doesn't, once a win, it's almost like getting married. You don't have to look good anymore because you already won.
Both teams will meet at midfield. 29-27, our final score. As we take a look at one of our biggest plays of the game here in the second half. It was one play on a 95-yard drive. It was Tyler England powering all the way in for 6.
And that was right after the second of 3 red zone fumbles by Des Moines East.
Yeah, they come up big. I mean, they had some 60-plus yard drives that ended in 0 points here tonight that really cost them this game, that is for sure. 29-27 our final. We head to the locker room report. Coming up next, this is Bobcat Football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
YMCC, competitive athletics, affordable tuition, on-campus living, online courses plus 2 campus locations, unique programs, career training, small classes, short-term hands-on training. Choose MCC.
Good call tonight, man. You too? You think what I'm thinking? Let's go to Legends for a Bobcat burger.
Hi, guys. What are we hungry for today?
I think we're going to do 2 Bobcat burgers. Whether it's pregame or postgame.
Or during the game, it's Legends American Grill in Marshalltown.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown. With their extensive inventory, you're sure to make a winning selection when you shop McGregor's for your bedroom, living room, and dining room furnishings. McGregor's has the right play for every room in your home. McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is proud to be your locally owned and operated furniture store since 1896 and very proud to support Bobcat Athletics again this season. McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, downtown Marshalltown, open 7 days a week.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, powered by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Welcome into the Locker Room Report here at Duke Williams Stadium in the Des Moines Metro. I'm Brandon Lewis. Thanks so much for joining us here tonight. Bobcats win 29-27 and improved to 3-1 on the season. The loss drops the Des Moines East Scarlets to 1-3 on the year. Well, in the second half of action, as it was tied 14-all at halftime, Des Moines East got the second half kickoff, and they went 68 yards down the field and fumbled with a 1st and goal at the 1-yard line as Braden Johnson got a handoff and fumbled it away as Bobcats came up with the fumble recovery, and on the next play, the Bobcats at their own 5-yard line handed it off to Tyler England for a 95-yard touchdown rush as we look here on KFJB-TV. And that would put the Bobcats up 21-14 in the third quarter at that point. East would turn it over on downs on their next drive. Bobcats would fumble on their next drive after that turnover on downs. And Des Moines East would get their first score of the second half as late in the game, Johnson delivered to his wide receiver as Drake Gersma was called for pass interference on the play. It was a 29-yard touchdown pass from the quarterback, Amonte Johnson, to his wide receiver and Braden Johnson as we take a look at the replay there on KFJB-TV. 2-point conversion would be lined up as the quarterback, Amonte Johnson, would take the snap at the half-yard line after Bobcat flag on the 2-point conversion, put it at the half-yard line, but the Bobcat defense would come up with a huge stop at the goal line. The 2-point conversion was turned away, and it would stay 21-20 at that point in time. Then the Bobcats on their following drive with 6:36 to go in the football game in the fourth quarter, a 23-yard touchdown rush by Drake Gersma on this play right here. And he just kept those legs driving with the help of Kyle Smith to push into the end zone. And the Bobcats would go for a 2-point conversion as well on the play. And Jamison Niehaus almost gets sacked on the play, but a late throw gets it to Kyle Smith, who hauls in the 2-point conversion. And the Bobcats would go up by 2 scores, 29-20. Next drive for East, Malik Williams would fumble. The tight end was in the red zone. He caught the ball in a nice formation in play as he just comes right over the middle of the field on the drag. But Kyle Smith comes up with the fumble recovery. I believe that was J.J. Schoenfelder who knocked it out. And the Bobcats would have a great field position, but would fumble it right back, leading by 9. Jamison Niehaus fumbles at the 9. And Braden Johnson, who put a stamp on this game here tonight for Des Moines East, goes in. The 2-point conversion was good, made it 29-27. And, at that point in time, you were a little bit worrisome as what would East do, but East on their drive, they got backed up. They had a legal man downfield, one of their offensive linemen, and it would set up a 4th down and 18 as the Bobcats sent the pressure off the edge with Zach Wilder. And he comes off the edge in a huge sack, his first sack of the season for Zach Wilder. Ball would be kneeled down 3 times, and the Bobcats would sneak out of Des Moines with a 29-27 win to go to 3-1 on the season. And the Scarlets drop to 1-3 here tonight. You're watching the Locker Room Report. Coming up, we will name our Lily Mae Sweet Play of the Game, and, we'll have our post-game chat with head coach Adam Goodvin. You're watching the Locker Room Report on KFJB-TV.
You look forward to retirement as your time to relax. But now that it's here, turns out relaxation is overrated, and you'd rather get back to work with an idea of your own. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement plans change course, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is powered by State Farm, Tyler Pashong Agency, mtownproud.com, Wayward Social, the place for bowling, games, food, and more. And Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, helping you pursue your financial goals.
Welcome back into the Locker Room Report on KFJB-TV. It's now time for our Lily Mae Sweet Play of the Game. Lily Mae Chocolates, handmade, hand-dipped since 1939. Always open at lilymaechocolate.com. Well, Tyler England in the running here tonight with that 95-yard touchdown run on one play, but the play that was the sweetest of them all was the one that secured a Bobcat victory here tonight. As Zach Wilder, the blitz off the edge, he sacks the quarterback in Johnson, and wins the game for the Bobcats here tonight, 29-27. As a running back, and Sykes was not able to pick him up. And 4th down and 18, Bobcats sent the pressure and pay it off with a big win here tonight behind the play calling of defensive coordinator Duncan Furch. That is our Lily Mae sweet play of the game. And Lily Mae Chocolates, always open at lilymaechocolate.com. This is the Locker Room Report from Duke Williams Stadium in Des Moines on KFJB-TV.
Come to Opa Grill in Marshalltown for made fresh family recipes handed down for generations. Treat yourself to gyros, pasticcio, Italian pasta dishes, burgers, salmon, homemade soups, and fresh salads. Enjoy a nice glass of wine or a cold glass of beer. Opa Grill has a great variety of American, Greek, and Italian dishes. Something to make everyone in your party say Opa. Open 11 to 8 Monday through Friday, 11 to 3 Saturday, closed Sundays. At the corner of Boone and Center Streets in Marshalltown. DoorDash delivery available. Opa.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, powered by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Let's get a look at our final stat line from tonight for the Bobcats offensively. 60 yards of rushing for Jamison Niehaus on 9 carries. 23 yards for Aiden Smitherman on 3 carries. 183 yards for Tyler England on 17 carries, including a 95-yard rushing touchdown in the fourth quarter. Finishing with 51 yards on the night, Drake Gersma. He also had a 23-yard touchdown, and their Bobcats roll up 319 yards on the ground. Bobcats just completed one pass here tonight. It was Jamison Niehaus, a 25-yard touchdown pass to Kyle Smith, as Smith hauled in that only reception of the night. 196 yards on the ground for Des Moines East as they rush for 77 yards with Robbie Sykes, as he has 15 carries, 46 yards on the ground for Jeremy Pies on 8 carries. The quarterback, Amonte Johnson, he had 11 carries tonight and 60 yards. Braden Johnson, the shifty gadget player, had 13 yards on 5 carries, including a big fumble and also a touchdown rush. 135 through the air for Amonte Johnson, as he had 20 throws here tonight, and he went 15 of 20 for 135 yards. His favorite target, Braden Johnson, hauled in 8 for 71 yards for the Des Moines East Scarlets here tonight. Time for KFJB-TV Athletes of the Week, all presented by Opa Grill of Marshalltown. Greek and traditional favorites, all you have to say is Opa. Well, our female athlete of the week for the Marshalltown Bobcats, Leah Hernandez, had a great week last week against North and Cedar Rapids, Washington. She combined for a total of 3 first-place finishes and a second-place finish, as she ranks in 3 different categories in top 40 in the state in swim, including 18th in the 50-yard freestyle. Our male athlete of the week, Carter Nunn. He finished 11th at the Bobcat Invite last week, following a second-place finish at the Ames Invite, and he also, I believe, got first place on Tuesday night in their latest race. So great to see Carter Nunn having a great year, as he ran a time of 15:48 last week in that Bobcat Invite and had 2 consecutive weeks of a sub-16 time. And congrats to Carter Nunn, as he is our male athlete of the week, as each athlete is awarded a $25 gift certificate to Opa Grill in Marshalltown, and also Allen Engraving and Screen Prints in Marshalltown also awards a T-shirt to the athlete of the week. Head coach Adam Goodvin is standing by. Let's head downstairs, as standing by with him is Dylan Domes.
Welcome in. I'm here with Coach Adam Goodvin. Good news, 29-27. A lot of potential heart attacks, nothing fatal. You talked about the word reset. How do you think the Cats did tonight, resetting from last week?
Well, I think we handled things from a mental standpoint a heck of a lot better than a week ago. I mean, we put ourselves in some tough positions tonight, and then that's really hard to find success when you do that. And I think our kids kind of flushed it and moved on, and that's what you need. You know, I think that's the big piece that we're asking out of them. So I'm very pleased of their effort in that area.
So you look at Des Moines East, we talked about this last night, or you talked to Brandon about it as well. They seem like a team still trying to find their identity. They found it first through the air and then on the ground, giving up over 300 yards. What did you see from your defense being able to still come up with plays when they were needed?
Kind of like what I just said. I think they flushed the previous plays. I mean, we were getting gashed over and over again, and we weren't being physical, taking on blockers and sticking our nose in there a whole lot at all. And I think, it just takes one person to step up and do that, and we did that a few times and got the ball back, and those were huge. I mean, I think that really changed the outcome of the game.
Yeah, you forced three turnovers inside the red zone. Looked like the cornerbacks did a better job of staying home late on run plays, but I'd like to talk about that 2-point conversion. A couple of penalties. It was a 2-point conversion attempt from about the half-yard line. What can you say about the defensive line there?
Oh, man, we knew it was snake. They don't ever go under center, and they did. And then it was just time to man up and make a play, and I think our guys did it, obviously. That was huge. We got a good push from our defensive line up there, and our backers were up there on the ball and did just enough to keep them out.
All right, 3-1, and one of the big reasons is after that second red zone turnover, number 6 went 95 yards. What can you say about the junior tailback?
Yeah, I think that was a great effort play. I mean, we looked at that on film, and it wasn't blocked necessarily correctly from a few of our perimeter guys. But, he broke a few tackles, and man, he's got some strength to him. So, that little fire under some of our guys, our sideline, and that's what we needed in that moment. And we kind of fed off that for some time, right after that. So, hell of a play. Proud of them.
Yeah, Bobcats, all said and done, heart attacks and all, moved to 3-1. Great job tonight, Coach. Safe travels back to Des Moines. Back to you, Brandon.
Thanks, Dylan. As we continue with our locker room report, when we come back, we'll get a scoreboard update. This is Bobcat Football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
You're an empty nester closing in on that retirement property. Chances are your plans didn't include mom moving in, but life happens and you do the right thing. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement means caring for yourself and a loved one, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East Southridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, powered by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Welcome back to Duke Williams Stadium. Time for a scoreboard update, all brought to you by Central State Bank. Well, some final scores starting to pour in here tonight on a football Friday night around the state of Iowa. Norwalk downs Ames tonight, 53-0, the final score there. Iowa City High taken down by Cedar Falls, 40-21, the final there. Bishop Heelan taking on Sioux City North tonight, leading by 15, which is 8 seconds to go there. Also a final tonight, Newton tops Indianola in a 4A versus 5A matchup. The 4A team in Newton wins 48-21. And this one just going final, Johnston defeats Iowa City Liberty in a close one. It was just a 10-point game, but the final score, Johnston 27-24. They take off second-ranked Iowa City Liberty here tonight. Dallas Center Grimes, which the Bobcats will see in a couple weeks from now, 39-6 victory over Des Moines Roosevelt. Also, Ankeny tops Ankeny Centennial tonight in the battle for Ankeny, 29-15 Ankeny tops Centennial. Southeast Polk, wow, what happened to them as they are the only team to win the 5A championship since the Iowa High School Athletic Association moved to 5A. They get blown out tonight by Dowling Catholic, 45-14. It is not many times you see Southeast Polk dominated like that. Last score update we had, Valley was dominating Waukee 35-10. Also just going final, Iowa City West tops Bettendorf 31-14. Pleasant Valley tops Dubuque Hempstead here tonight. 33-0 was the last score we had, but I believe they ended up scoring more than that. Late in the fourth quarter, Fort Dodge is currently leading Waterloo West 28-14 in a 5A versus 4A matchup there tonight. And Dylan, I know you mentioned East Marshall fell earlier tonight as well.
Yeah, they lost 10-3 to Makokata Valley, giving up 10 fourth quarter points in a hard-fought battle.
That is a regional scoreboard update. Again, all brought to you by Central State Bank. Discover what Central State Bank can do for you. Locations in Ames State Center and in West Des Moines. We'll take one final timeout. We'll wrap things up from Des Moines when we come back on KFJB-TV.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
Have Van Wyck Wood Builders design and build the storage shed you need. So many different options to choose from. Van Wyck Wood Builders, just 5 miles south of I-80 in Grinnell on Highway 146. Online at vanwyckwoodbuilders.com.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, powered by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Back inside the Locker Room Report, again a final tonight. Bobcats top, Des Moines East 29-27 as the Bobcats go to 3-1 and get ready for Cedar Rapids Kennedy back at home next week, Dylan.
Yeah, you look, can you build off of that? Can you get win number 4? There's a lot of good things. You see some success, but you've got to iron out the mistakes.
Yeah, that is for sure. Transportation for today's game on KFJB-TV, all provided by Carl Auto Group in Marshalltown. Carl is your dealer for life. Our next broadcast is coming up on Tuesday night as we have volleyball coverage at home against Mason City at 7:15. Tessa Mann will be alongside me for that. And we have Bobcat Live at Wayward Social as Dylan will have that for you at 7 o'clock on Thursday night. And then football next Friday night as Marshalltown host Cedar Rapids Kennedy. Pregame show starts at 6, coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. Thanks so much to our KFJB-TV crew tonight. Our producer on site, Zach Tomish, camera crew, Keith Stewart and Elijah Bond, as Xavier Doze on stats tonight. For Dylan Doze, I'm Brandon Lewis. Thanks so much for joining us here tonight on the road in the Des Moines Metro. Bobcats win it 29-27. You've been watching Bobcat Athletics right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Today's game on KFJB-TV is sponsored by First Rate Real Estate, Adland Engraving and Screen Print Company, Assured Partners, Brown's Shoe Fit, Central State Bank, your Marshalltown Dairy Queens, Eye Care Associates, Hy-Vee Marshalltown, Legends American Grill, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, Marshalltown School District, McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, Sandvik Enterprises, Scooters, Marshalltown, Sports Plus, State Farm, Tyler Pashong Agency, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors,